Just in terms of this word accountability, when it comes to SEM specifically, and I keep referring to that because out of the six of the material irregularities found by the Auditor General, I think 4 of them were under SEM, if I'm not mistaken. Would you support the Auditor General issuing a certificate of debt against the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain?
Since the Audit Amendment Act, the Auditor General has raised 5 material irregularities in the department. The process allows the accounting officer to put actions, their recommendations. The process allows the accounting officer to put action and to give feedback to the Auditor General. We are coordinating and supporting the accounting officer to give that feedback. I believe out of the 5, the accounting officer has up to so far been able to give sufficient feedback, of which Auditor General has been satisfied with such feedback. To this end, 1 material irregularity has been resolved. We are left with 4. Of the 4 that are left with, the accounting officer is required by AGSA to provide continuous feedback. They assess it, they give us feedback. Up to so far, they have been satisfied with the feedback that the accounting officer has given, and the 4 will then be monitored or followed up in the next new audit cycle in this regard. It is an area that we take seriously. We support the accounting officer and we ensure that those actions that were recommended by the AGSA to the accounting officer are implemented and implemented to the latter. In the event the accounting officer fails to implement those recommendations and there is no cooperation, the Audit Act empowers the AGSA then to issue the certificate of debt to the accounting officer. Up to so far, we have not arrived at that point where the accounting officer is not cooperating. He is cooperating, of course, with the support of all of us.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair. No more questions.
The Audit Act empowers the AGSA then to issue the certificate of debt to the accounting officer. Up to so far, we have not arrived at that point where the accounting officer is...
Honorable Cameron, have you asked all the questions you had on your list? Okay. Honorable Malema, your time starts now. It ends at 16 hours. Honorable Matthias, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General. There's been 11 task teams.
I have 3 kids.
Well, as of now, there's 11 task teams. Have any of these task teams have had their financials audited, like as a task team, rather than part of the bigger SAPS audit?
The allocation of these funds, as I indicated earlier this morning, is allocated to the National Operational Center, which is a unit within Program 2. So when Program 2 is audited, all expenses...
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because I have a little time, right? Just individually, so if we go to the PKTT, is there a financial, has there ever been just an audited statement done by the AG for each of them? No. It's part of the bigger programs?
No, yeah.
Okay. Can you, as the CFO, do you have the mandate to request or have those individual budgets that have been allocated to these task teams or to any particular program audited independently by the AG in particular?
I can request, we do have a very effective internal audit. I can request if I suspect that there is...
Have you?
No, I have not.
Even now for the PKTT, after it has been all over the news, you haven't requested, at least I would have thought you would even go to the AG and say, AG, please, here's this document, please audit. I'm going to the ad hoc committee and probably to the commission.
I think in October, I would, in October I had, when I was hearing all these indications in terms of the PKTT and expenditures, I then appointed a brigadier to conduct a determination for me, so that I also have an understanding as to what is going on in this regard.
Okay.
The
You,
brigadier,
again, I'm going to cut you off, and I'm not being rude. I just wanted to know whether you went to the Auditor General rather than to
not
do it
the Auditor
internally.
General.
No.
Not the Auditor General. I just wanted
But
to
do you
indicate-
have access to be able to do that also with the Medicare 2024? Because from what I understand, it's the audit process, you are doing it internally, the forensic audit.
Yes, the Auditor General has already looked into the Medicare 24.
Forensically, or it was just part of the
It
overall?
was part of the normal audit.
Yeah,
because-
that's what I thought.
yes,
So it
was
wasn't
part.
audited
It
by
was
the
part of
Auditor
the
General.
normal
Would you
audit.
consider having that done independently, both for the PKTT, specifically since we have both an ad hoc committee and a commission set up? Would you consider approaching the Auditor General to audit this, also in line of not just the financial spending, but also the impact?
It's not a problem. If such a need arises, we could do that. I spoke earlier about the issue of the impact assessment, that we have already tasked our research unit to then conduct the impact assessment, but it will not be harm if we could request an independent assessment of such processes.
Okay. So you don't see a need at the moment?
At the moment, as I indicated, I had already identified an experienced official to do an
No,
assessment.
I'm saying outside of internally, I'm saying externally. You don't see the need at the moment to approach the Auditor General to do a forensic audit on both the Medicare 24 and the PKTT?
The Medicare 24, there is already a forensic investigation. The PKTT...
But it's not the AG.
Yeah, it's not the AG,
Yeah, okay.
but it is our forensic. We do have capacity in terms of our own forensic audit, and they do collaborate with AGSA where there is a need for them to collaborate. So the outcome of this particular report will then determine if there is a need for us to even go further in this regard. But we believe that the current investigation, because it's also running parallel with a criminal investigation, will be sufficient to unearth whatever gaps that would have happened, and it will empower us to then take steps in this regard.
Thank you, CFO. Paragraph 14 to 16, we have the breakdown and expenditure comparisons between the PKTT and a few other task teams. So would you agree that the interventions, such as the stabilization operations, there was the gang interventions, major deployments, the PKTT was actually not funded excessively in comparison with the others? Or did you just choose those ones because they were funded highly?
No, it was not funded extensively.
Okay.
We tried to compare apples with apples. When we look at this, it's within the same range.
So your concerns about so when you kept raising your concerns on the information notes when the request came in for the funding, was it on the amount of money that was spent, or was it more in relation to the time? Because we were now, the period that the team was going on, we were going on to 5 years now. What was your concern?
My concern was that clearly this task team was established to deal with it was a temporary task team. It was established to deal with a specific problem, but this problem is not going away. It is not. Actually, it might even be bigger than we realize. Now, for us to be able to support this team, let's have a permanent team. And if you have it as a permanent standalone team, then you are able to resource it properly and you are able to budget for it properly, as opposed to not knowing whether it will exist in the next 3 months or not. So it was from a budget point of view in this regard. However, over the years, we have had fiscal challenges where we have seen our operational budget being reduced in this regard. So these are general concerns that one would raise in all areas of operations in the police, including these task teams, where you have cost containment measures or policies that are approved by the accounting officer, and everyone is expected to then comply to those cost containment policies to ensure that we prevent overspending or unauthorized expenditure to incur in the department. So these are not unusual. We always raise this to ensure that everyone accounts to the resources that are given to them, and we are able to account to taxpayers' monies.
Why do you think after 5 years the team wasn't set up to be permanent? What, in your opinion, why do you think the National Commissioner didn't move in that direction?
Perhaps the National Commissioner will be in a best position to respond to that. There is operational work and decisions that would have been taken as and when they evaluate from time to time, and they would have come to a conclusion to say this team must continue. So those perhaps in the operational space could shed more light in this particular regard. The concerns I raised was mainly from a budget point of view, because it then makes it a bit challenging if you operate a team in this particular model. But I believe there was work that was to be done, and decisions and evaluations and agreements would have been taken at operational level, having considered those issues, perhaps the intelligence issues from the project leader and so on and so on. So the National Commissioner, as well as the project leader and the head of operations, would perhaps be in a best position to can elaborate further in this regard.
Okay. And then just quickly, you speak about a work study report that you would have liked to be done. Do you know that there was another work study report that the minister was influenced by, the 2019 work study report that he said he used as one of the reasons for disbanding the PKTT? Are you aware of that work study report?
I'm aware of that work study report, and I believe I had signed or made comments within that work study report, and it was talking about enhancing capacity in terms of detective units and so on and so on. I'm aware of that report.
So why did you want another one? Was that one not efficient?
This one, for me, it was in particular on issues that are dealing with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay.
So clearly there is a problem that is not going away. From a budget point of view, I can't be receiving applications every 2 months, every 3 months. Then it means we are not resourcing this team properly. In terms of decisions to say this work of the PKT team must then find expression in some units, that is the decision that is not taken by me. It is taken by the heads of crime detection. In this regard, it might be the Deputy National Commissioner working together with his management, and those decisions would then be taken by the National Commissioner in this regard. What I needed was stability for this team and to ensure that resources are given and there is accountability should those resources be not utilized effectively.
So in your view, the 2019 work study report that the minister used as one of his reasons to disband was inefficient to deal with the issue of political killings task team in particular?
Perhaps that the decision to then implement that work study would have been a decision that the minister would have discussed with the National Commissioner.
Okay. Quickly, and on one of my favorite matters, we had Lieutenant General Fani here, and he explained in detail, SAP's procurement, which was a blow to an average South African's head's minds. But SAP's outsources. You even outsource toilet paper, like you outsource toilet paper. So in your experience as a CFO, and it's vast, do you agree that there's an over-reliant on outsourcing? And this is, number one, it leads to higher costs. Number two, we are sitting here because of tenders. It either leads to corruption, and then corruption obviously leads to murders. So given your experience, what in SAPS can be insourced and we should be able to build capacity? We are spending ridiculous amounts of money, even starting with this Medicare 24. That is the permanent, it's a core service of SAPS. In your opinion, as a CFO, how much money would we be able to save? I know we're putting you on the spot here, but if we were able to build capacity of SAPS just to be able to provide that, we probably wouldn't even be sitting here today, and we wouldn't have someone sitting in prison and sitting here if this thing of tenders.
Building capacity in terms of issues of insourcing requires massive undertaking from a fiscal point of view, from hiring personnel, that are capable of carrying out those activities. I believe strategies are there to be reviewed. If you have employed a specific strategy and it's not working out for you, as an accounting officer or executive management, there is nothing stopping you from time to time pausing and interrogating why is it that this particular model or strategy is not working for me, and taking different decisions. We have insourced before, our securities are insourced, our cleaners are insourced, and previously they were run in terms of contracts. So it is possible as organizations and institutions from time to time to sit and pause. And in particular, linking all this to risk management and efficiencies in the processes. But it requires the will, it requires resources in this particular regard, and capabilities that will then be in a position to can run with that you want to insource. As I indicate, insourcing has taken place before. We are insourcing our securities as well as our cleaners.
So all your security is insourced?
Yes.
Since when? Or has it always been that way?
It was outsourced prior to my arrival. I can't exactly remember the date when this insourcing did take place, but they are insourced.
So all the police stations, not just headquarters, all the police stations,
Yes.
it's all insourced. Cleaners?
Yes.
Oh, well done, SAPS. But can we also insource Medicare 2024?
This is a
And toilet paper.
It is a conversation that perhaps the organization must begin to sit around the table and engage in this particular conversation. I would certainly participate in such a conversation.
Yeah, we need an EFF government for that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathis. Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General. I don't have a lot of questions, but I just want to know where you got that money from to actually continue to fund the operations of the PKTT over a period of time when it was not budgeted for.
As I had indicated, after we receive our allocation from National Treasury, we embark on a massive process where we then apportion this allocation to cost centers. We do have a National Operation Coordination Center where we will allocate funding for various interventions in this regard. Within these financial constraints, then you embark on a reprioritization exercise. You will then look at the areas where you can save and ensure that there is money to support operations. So it is a continuous exercise that you do. You allocate, you identify priorities, operational priorities, you engage with the accounting officer, and you are able to can then support this. But of course, that means other priorities have to, because you do have competing priorities, you will then have other priorities at the back foot in this particular regard. So it is an exercise that we embark upon to ensure that the or the money that we have, we extend it to ensure that we do our work and we are able to support all the priorities as would have been approved.
Thank you, General. You consistently raised your concerns to the National Commissioner about the expenditure patterns of the PKTT, but you are conspicuously silent about other operations, special teams such as the illicit mining, which over a period of 2.5 years had actually, spent more than R1 billion. Why is that?
I raise concerns on almost all these interventions. You will see that on my annexures, there would be submissions made to the accounting officer where all these interventions would have been assessed in this regard. So for the purposes of this testimony, I was requested to focus on the PKTT. The illicit mining is a newly established intervention. As I indicated, And we appreciate that the CARA committee was able to approve these funds for us to be able to can intervene in provinces that are battling with this particular issue. So this is special funding that was earmarked and allocated from CARA funding to say, US law enforcement go and deal with issues of illicit mining in this particular regard. So this money is specifically for that. It is allocated for that, and we expect that it is managed and there is accountability in this regard. So it's earmarked for that particular specific operation, because when we applied, we said, CARA committee, we want to have interventions that will then assist us as law enforcement to deal with this problem that is troubling us across provinces. So approval was granted to say this funding is specific for this particular operation. If you want to depart and take this money, utilize it somewhere, you must go back to CARA committee to explain and to get approval in this regard.
Thank you, General. In your interaction with the National Commissioner over the budgetary issues as they affect the PKTT, you actually had always, recommended that the PKTT should be deactivated. That's the word you used.
Not always, Chair.
But there are a number of times.
It's only once, Chair.
In your statement.
It's only once.
Okay, but you had actually called for the deactivation of the PKTT. And my concern is that somewhere in paragraph 13.14 of your evidence, you are actually saying that when I made these comments, the comments that we have just been talking about, I was not briefed, nor was I aware of the work of the PKTT. How would you call for the deactivation of something whose work you are not familiar with?
In other provinces, Chair, the context that I want to give is that my comments were saying deactivate a temporary structure, put together a permanent structure, give it to General Mkhwanazi in KZN, because it was, my understanding was that it was established to deal with the problems in KZN. It has since emerged that it is then, the scope has been extended. In those operational decisions, I am normally not called. It will be operational decisions where the project leader briefs the National Commissioner and those that are supposed to be briefed. So decisions will be taken to say this particular work of the PKTT extends beyond KwaZulu-Natal. They are now in other provinces. So where we differed with the National Commissioner was saying, this team cannot be localized in KwaZulu-Natal. Clearly he knew the decisions that they had taken. Clearly he knew the operational work that this team is dealing with in terms of the expansion of the scope. Those are the discussions that normally I would not be invited to such operational meetings, but I take cue and guidance from the meeting office. I will make comments from a budget point of view and a planning point of view, but the operational decisions are the National Commissioner. I can't instruct the National Commissioner to say, close this team. It is not my decision. So clearly he knew that the work this team is doing well and the work goes beyond KwaZulu-Natal. This is why it cannot be localized in KwaZulu-Natal. So the ultimate decision maker is the National Commissioner. That is why when I raise concerns with the relevant managers, they will go back, they will convene themselves through the National Crime Combating Forum, evaluate this. They will sit and evaluate and take decisions and go and approach the National Commissioner to say, we have evaluated this. We believe that the crime threat still exists and this team must continue. And the National Commissioner will agree. They will put together a request for additional funding, which will come to me, and we will then interact with the National Commissioner and support the efforts in terms of crime fighting.
General, one of the reasons advanced by the minister when he was here, or even in his directive to disband the PKTT, was that it was a financial drain, which has caused a lot of pressure on the budget. And a point which was supported by even Mary Haas, that this task team had actually outlived its usefulness, and therefore it must be disbanded. So I was just wondering that in the context of your continued, concern about its spending pattern,
It was not continued,
what
Chair.
was your reaction when you heard on the 2nd of January
I want to put
that indeed it had actually been disbanded?
I want to put it on record that that concern was not continued. The comment was made once, and I had reasons, and I've explained the reasons throughout this testimony in terms of what was my reasoning for that. It was once. In terms of the testimony of the minister, I can confirm that the minister has never asked me about the PKTT budget, nor have he ever requested that I provide reports and analysis in terms of the task teams. Those are the conversations that I have with the National Commissioner as I report to the National Commissioner.
Of your statement, General, you are actually saying that you never had any interaction with the minister about the financial issues relating to the PKTT. Then I wonder where he got the information from to base his decision to actually disband, if it was not from the CFO of the organization.
I cannot vouch for that, Chair.
I'm not saying that it would have been wrong for you to share that information with the minister. I mean, the minister is a minister of the department. But you categorically actually said that you have never shared that information.
On the PKTT.
Thank you. Okay. When General Sbiya was here, he told us that Mr. Matlala is very familiar in the corridors of the SAPS, echelons there. Do you know, have you ever met Mr. Matlala?
I have never met Mr. Matlala. I do not know Mr. Matlala.
General Sbiya also went on to tell us that Mr. Matlala actually came to visit him in his office in the company of his lawyer to complain about the non-payment that was outstanding from SAPS. And I imagine that would actually be a matter that needed the attention of the CFO. Did you not meet Mr. Matlala on that particular day?
No, Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That's all I had for the General. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Just a quick follow-up, Chair, on the insourcing of security, because the CFO must remember she's under oath. She just answered that she has insourced all the securities everywhere, not only at office and cleaners. I just wanted to be sure about that because it doesn't look like that is the case.
I'm not aware of any tender or any project that has been undertaken by the department in relation to security services. I'm not aware. I'm aware that I do have securities that are on my payroll.
But I'm told that the KZN building, provincial office, is looked after by private security.
By?
Private security.
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Am I audible? hear me, Chair?
I can hear you now. I don't know if the witness is hearing you.
Should I change? Oh, that's better.
Are you hearing Honorable Sol's General Dimpan? Can you hear him?
It's very soft, Chair.
Very soft. Should I change seats with Honorable?
You can come and sit here.
No. I'm too small for that seat, Chair.
The last person who sat next to me was Miss Meriti Haas.
Is this better, General?
It is better, Chair.
Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon.
General, the testimony of Minister Mkhunu, in his testimony he claimed that the PKTT has shown budget inefficiencies and rising costs. And for this reason, that was one of the reasons why he called for disbandment. Do you agree with him?
I have not discussed the budget of the PKTT with the minister as the CFO.
But based on your knowledge of the cost implications, do you agree with him?
As we had indicated on Annexure B and a comparison that we had made, these are the normal operational costs that interventions as well as task teams will incur in this regard to deal with crime patterns as well as crime threats that would have been identified by the National Commissioner working together with his operational teams. So these are the costs that we normally spend. However, it does not necessarily mean that if there is a task team that is established and funding is available, then there shouldn't be systems in place to ensure that there are efficiencies as well as cost control or cost containment in this particular regard. But when you look at other task teams there, depending on the decisions that would have been taken, whether to demobilize or to reduce the number of personnel that will have been deployed, these are some of the normal costs that we normally incur. And I take cue from the National Commissioner together with his operational teams, because they are the ones who are responsible to ensure that they prevent and combat crime in this country. If they sit in their operational meetings and they evaluate and they come to a
Sorry,
conclusion.
General, sorry. Just because the time is very short, does what you just explained, does it mean you agree or you disagree with the minister?
I would not know how the minister would have come to that conclusion without a report or an indication being made to him.
Well, he's making an allegation, and that's what we are testing here. He's making an allegation. You are the authority on saying whether that allegation is true or not. So he says the PKTT has shown budget inefficiencies and rising costs. He made an allegation. Now I'm asking you to either confirm it or not. You are the authority there to say, no, minister is wrong. There's no budget inefficiencies there.
I cannot confirm because the decision, operational decisions are taken by the accounting officer, unless if he would have engaged the accounting officer.
So you don't have a position, you don't have a position of agreement or disagreement with the statement, no? Okay, let's look at your statement in paragraph 13.3. Let's see whether it is indeed true that you don't have such concerns. Paragraph 13.3, you say that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made a submission that he signed for 58.5 million rand. And then you say, at the time, the DNC responsible for policing was General Masimola, who is now the National Commissioner, and he signed, and General, is it Tumani that signed and wrote the recommendation, but you then raised the concern to say that there was 2 signatures missing, but it was submitted to your office. And you raised the concern. Is that correct?
It's incorrect. I've never raised any concern about missing signatures.
You raised the concern here.
It's not a concern. I'm just articulating what was sitting on that submission.
Okay, so are you saying that that request did not require the signatures of...
It did. This is the record or the document that I do have.
So I'm asking you, if it did require, if the normal process is that those signatures are required, is that correct for them to do?
I did not raise any concern. The ultimate approval in terms of these expenses was done by the National Commissioner. From time to time, the operational environment, they evaluate these interventions, and they then are requested to put together either requests for funding or reports, progress reports to the National Commissioner. So I did not raise any concern in terms of this. It's just a document that I'm indicating that where this matter comes from, because for the purposes of testimony, I was to focus on PKTT. So I'm outlining the order of events in terms of what happened, when, who said what.
All right, so it wasn't wrong for them to do that. It wasn't wrong.
There would have been reasons why those signatures were outstanding, but the ultimate approval was made by the National
Was it
Commission.
wrong to submit to you without signatures or not?
Documents must be signed by everyone.
So it was wrong.
For me, this is not raised as a concern.
It's fine,
I
but
need
was it
the-
wrong? Now that it's here, I'm asking you what's before me. Was it wrong?
Other signatures should have been found.
So it was wrong.
In terms of this document, if you put it that way, however, I want to emphasize that the allocation of funding to PKDT is approved by the accounting officer. Ultimately, the final allocation was approved by the accounting officer.
Okay.
So this is not raised as a concern.
Okay.
It is just explaining the order of events and
Okay.
where this PKTT comes from and the work that has been done and the discussions and
Okay.
the reports and a lot of documents that have gone
Thank you, General.
on in this regard.
Let's move on to your letter dated the 29th of September, 2020. Page 73. Page 73.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, are you there?
13.7.
Well, I'm looking at your annexure bundle, page 73.
73.
Hey, Chair, you must pause the clock.
Next chair 73, I'm there.
Are you there?
I am chair.
Okay. As section 3.
Yes.
Would you agree that here you are raising concern?
Yes.
You are?
It was a letter that was addressed to the relevant line managers.
Okay, but you are raising a
Yes,
concern.
I am
All right.
raising concerns.
I just wanted to confirm so that we don't dispute on that. Let's deal with what your concern was. Number one, you say overtime expenditure in the 2020-21 financial year is not visible against the project code. ORS should correct such for transparency purposes.
Yes.
So it was wrong.
When projects and initiatives are put in place for purposes of reporting and transparency, I indicated that we create a project code and we expect all managers to then vest expenditure against that project code.
Yes.
Yes, they were wrong that for that particular period in terms of expenditure, that was not vested against that project code. So from a monitoring point of view and accountability, I could not see such. So I'm putting it to their attention so that they correct.
You've done
that.
well. I agree with you.
And they did correct such.
I agree with you. You've
Yes.
done very well to raise that concern, to say this is a budgetary inefficiency,
Yes.
right? And that's what you're saying to them. That's what the minister has said in his testimony. Then you go further and you say overtime claims of most individuals deployed for the project depicted that 100 hours of overtime was worked for most months. Then you say even during lockdown, when movement restrictions were enforced in April and May, these individuals continued to work 100 hours of overtime.
Yes.
And then you also express concern that the overtime amount is high and it is adding to the pressure of the limited funding that's available to SAPS.
Yes, I raised those concerns with the Deputy National Commissioner.
You've done
This
very
is the
well.
policy.
You've done extremely well. And this now corroborates the allegation of rising costs.
But I did not write this letter to the minister.
That's
It
good.
was a letter that was written to the Deputy National Commissioner. These are the normal concerns that as CFO, when you monitor expenditure patterns, you will then
General,
deal
would you
with these
agree
particular issues.
that the letter doesn't have to be written to the minister for the allegation to be true? The allegation is true that the PKTT, based on your testimony,
I have not been called to present
you are
such
testifying today.
to the minister.
Well, you're testifying to us now, and your testimony is agreeing with the position of the minister.
I have not been called by the minister to present this
We're
analysis.
calling you, and in front of us, what you've given to us agrees with the minister.
I
Whether
do
the
not
min-
know where would the minister have gotten a brief.
It doesn't matter. I also don't know. What I know is the testimony of the minister and your testimony on the fact that the PKTT, there's budget inefficiencies and there is rising cost. Both of you are saying the same thing.
Chair, on my testimony, I've said these are normal concerns that we raise with the relevant managers, including the National Commissioner. They go back, they regroup, they then consider this, and they ensure that they assist us with efficiencies as well as cost containment. Together with the analysis of crime patterns and the situations that they're trying to sort out, then decisions, operational decisions are taken. And we get requests for funding, having taken those decisions by the accounting officer together with the relevant operatives, the accounting officer approves. It does not necessarily mean that when I raise this, they are not taken into account. If you look at other interventions, you will see a decline in terms of costs. It then tells you that managers would have set, evaluated, and decided to say, here we have stabilized, the crime threat is no longer visible, let us reduce the deployment in this particular regard. So these are normal decisions and conversations that take place in an organization, and the accounting officer accounts and is the ultimate approval in this particular regard. There would be progress reports that are compiled by the NCCF or the relevant project managers to the National Commissioner to say, yes, we hear the concerns. However, the work that we are doing, the situation that we are dealing with requires that we maintain these numbers, or requires us, we are satisfied that we have stabilized, we are hereby then sort of reducing the number of deployments. So these are normal things that we do as the police as we continue to do our work. But as CFO, it is my responsibility to monitor and raise these particular issues. It doesn't mean that when I raise them, then task teams must be closed. Doesn't mean that. And the closure of the task teams is not my decision. As I indicated, it's a decision of the National Commissioner, having considered that we wanted to deal with has been dealt with. I raise concerns every day on everything, not only on operations. We have cost containment policies that we have that we expect each and every manager to assist us, that the resources that we have, as limited as they are, we are able to utilize them to ensure that we combat crime in this country and ensure that the people of this country are safe. It is my job.
But based on your professional opinion, you do testify today that what you've put before us is concerns of budgetary inefficiencies and rising costs, correct?
I've raised these concerns with the relevant line manager.
Is that answer yes?
I've raised these concerns, yes, with the relevant line manager.
All right. You say that you haven't spoken to the minister,
About the PKTT.
but you had an opportunity to. In July 2024,
5 meetings to be precise.
but in July 2024, you did a presentation to him,
Yes.
correct?
It was July, it was August, we had September, we also had June this year.
Did you raise the issue of the PKTT with him?
No,
Could you have done so?
if I was requested.
Sorry?
I would have been requested to do so.
So he needed to request for you to talk about
When
it.
we are
Whereas,
when
what was
we-
the purpose of the presentation?
When we are called to go and orientate the executive authority, we don't go there on our own. It will be a meeting that is coordinated by ministry through the Office of the National Commissioner, and you will be told that we are having a meeting with the executive authority and this is the purpose of the meeting, and you ought to prepare a report in terms of these requirements. That is why we indicated that in the first report, it was an introductory briefing to the minister. In the second report, it was financial matters pertaining to the police because the minister was new. We needed to orientate him. In the second briefing, then as and when you report, he will identify other indicators that he would want further information on. Issues, concerns such as issues that civil claims, issues of...
Did he ask you to tell him that crime intelligence needs capacity?
Yes.
He asked you to tell you that?
In the
He
meet-
asked you to tell you that? You
Sorry?
prepared the presentation.
Sorry?
In your presentation, you then go in detail in saying that crime intelligence needs to be capacitated.
As I indicated...
Now I'm asking you, based on that, in your presentation, did the minister, prior to you presenting, ask you to present on crime intelligence?
You would go and present, Chair.
Yes.
As and when you present...
So he
there are-
didn't ask you.
May I be allowed to conclude?
It's just because of my time, General.
You will be given indicators to say, we will have to have a follow-up meeting. These are the following indicators. I want you to touch on issues that talks to capacity.
General Dumpana, you stop speaking. May we please take Honorable James.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, General.
Chair, have you forgotten?
Yeah, before Honorable James, I've noted Honorable Nomvalo for follow-up.
Yes. No, a follow-up question on Honorable James's first question. Well, on Honorable Saul's, my apologies. No, the response, the question was to the CFO was whether she agrees or not with the concern of the minister, the budgetary concern. And the response was that, she doesn't know where the minister took that from, and she can't say she agrees or she doesn't with the minister. Now the question is, CFO, are you in terms of the statutory obligation, you are the custodian of the financial affairs of SAPS, correct?
I'm appointed to assist the accounting officer to execute his responsibilities.
No, in relation to financial issues,
Yes.
you are the custodian. So if I can come and say subs in its account as a 100 rand, you have a responsibility because we are in a better position to give clarity in that regard, correct?
Yes.
You can say Nomvalo is lying, we don't have a 100 rand in our account, we have this amount, these are the records. Now, also, it's peculiar for you. I find it peculiar and imprudent and evasive that you can, like you are just an ordinary person, say you are not in a position to either agree or disagree with the minister because you know better than all South Africans the financial positions, the financial position of SAPS. So for you to say you can't agree or disagree with the minister, I think that is being dismissive and evasive.
Chair, it would have been easy if one would have been requested to make presentations and to engage in this particular regard. However, it is my view that between the minister and the national commissioner, there are continuous conversations. So one is not in a position to can talk on the issue of the PKTT to say what was in front of the minister at that point
not the
in time.
PKTT, but the budgetary concern.
Honorable,
I didn't know I'm allocated.
your time has expired.
I didn't know, you didn't tell me there's allocation of time.
It was it was not opportunistic.
No, but I'm not being opportunistic. I'm being inquisitive. What do you mean now? You are ridiculing my follow-up question. I'm being inquisitive. I'm not opportunistic.
Let's not debate it.
Please don't label my follow-up question like that, please. I'm taking offense on what you are doing.
The time to ask.
But don't label my question like that and say I'm opportunistic.
Yeah, no, listen to me, Honorable Nomva. Your questions were follow-ups, yes. But once you go beyond the reasonable time, you are opportunistically using that moment to smuggle yourself into a time you do not have.
But you should have told me how much time is allocated for follow-ups.
That is not for debate, that is a convention in this.
But I'm quoting your ruling is wrong.
Look, your time has expired, honorable members. Let's not take it any further. Can we go to Honorable James?
Thank you so much, Chair. Afternoon, General. On page 21 of your statement, just excuse my voice.
Paragraph?
21.
Paragraph
20, page 21, paragraph 25.
Yes, Chair.
In relation to the work study report, you state there, I wish to state clearly that I have not given anyone permission to access the submission nor utilize it to their defense. I deem this as unauthorized and an abuse of a conversation that the CFO had with the accounting officer. What did you do about this?
I have...
Because this is a very serious statement that you hear.
I have not done anything about it. What I then tried to do was to say, perhaps we must, because this was also on the media, and you will see on the media that the entire comment is not there. It's only the comment that talks about deactivation. So I had requested communication that perhaps we need to correct this as advice to say, you know, let's allow the commission as well as the committee to do its work, because it will not be prudent that every time something is out there in the media, we issue a statement and so on and so on. But I have not done anything to say, let me report this. But for me, it would have been best that those that wanted to use this, at least they ask me, what did I mean in this regard? But I have not done anything.
General, you spoke very passionately about this earlier on.
Yes.
In your statement here, when you said, I have not given anyone permission to access it, that in my mind tells me that people stole from your office, that people stole a document and used it without your permission. That means in your office there's a risk when it comes to accessing documents.
No, Chair.
And you have done nothing about it.
No, Chair. This document is not sitting in my office. It is an application from the project leader. It goes through the stages, as I indicated earlier. up until the approving authority approves, which is the National Commission, and then it goes back to its origin or to the author. What I do have a copy. So there's a likelihood that it is at NOCC or it is where it originated. So I am not the custodian of this particular document. What was just strange for me was that the document is used, and the comments that I have made, that I had only the conversation with the accounting officer, that without understanding the context of where I came from, people decided to utilize it. But I'm not the custodian. It goes back to the author of that submission. I remain with a copy.
Thank you. Are you saying that the minister came here and he misled this committee?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the document was utilized and I was not aware in terms of that, because if I was aware, I could have explained the context of this. I was not aware that it will be utilized by himself, including General Sibia.
General, Minister Beki appeared before this parliament. He refuted the use of the word, the letter N for national, in reference to the national PKTT, which Minister Nkunu repeatedly emphasized. More importantly, to your knowledge, was the PKTT, the establishment, national or provincial? Because which one of the two ministers were lying? Was it Minister Beki or Minister Nkunu?
I've always known this team to be called PKTT. Though I had not participated in IMC meetings, but I've known it to be called PKTT.
All right, so you are saying that Minister Nkunu again misled this House?
I am not certain in terms of the NPKTT.
General, you said earlier on that people don't take accountability for their actions, and we need you to speak truth here today. I'm asking, did you think that the minister misled this House?
I do not participate in the IMC structures.
General, can you conclude that part which you wanted to say before you answer the next question?
I have always known this team to be called the PKTT. I do not participate in the IMC structures and all those structures that the project leader together with the National Commissioner would be participating. For the purposes of my function, which is to confirm funding, I have always known this team to be called PKTT. I cannot confirm to say the minister misled. Perhaps such discussions did take place elsewhere, but I cannot vouch for such.
But General, you can confirm because you did the budget allocation.
To the PKTT?
Yes. So you can confirm whether it was provincial or national, because you did the budget allocation, and when I look at your budget allocation, it speaks to all the areas within KZN only. So why are you saying you cannot confirm?
What I indicated is that all operations are run from the National Operations Center. When interventions and task teams are put in place, that decision is taken by the National Commissioner to go and support a province. For the purposes of a PKTT, it was established to deal with the situation in KwaZulu-Natal. The issue to say it had then expanded its scope, that particular operational decision, I was not aware of. I do not participate in the IMC structures and all that, and these decisions are taken by the project leaders working together with the National Commissioner in this regard. The reason why I had said put together a permanent structure in KwaZulu-Natal, I was of the view that this team is supporting KwaZulu-Natal, but the money that is utilized is not the baseline of KwaZulu-Natal. It is money that would have been put together from national in addition to supporting the work that is taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. So whether the end then came into being, those would be best explained between the minister as well as the National Commission. I have always known it as a
General, I put it to you that only in the end, the National Commissioner had then said that the scope of the PKTT needs to extend to national. Am I correct?
Yes.
So we're meaning initially that the work was not for national, it was for provincial, and you allocated that budget for provincial operations.
The PKTT, which
yes,
was
for the
established
PKT, you allocated, you signed off the budget.
Yes.
So why are you saying that you're not sure if it was national or if it was provincial?
The Chair, the NPKTT, I'm saying I've known this team to be called PKTT.
General, I want to move to another area of concern relating to budget, the money set aside for informants is astronomical. And with my understanding of how the system works, I want to raise a few questions about the expenditure on informants, right? How was 3 million monitored in relation to cash disbursements to informants?
May I ask, Chair, which page is the member on?
Somewhere, and I didn't allocate that page. Never mind the amount for the sake of time. How do you monitor the cash payments of informants?
There are policies that exist in terms of within crime detections and those that utilizes this in terms of ensuring that these monies are accounted for. We do have policies in place. Of course, you will then have the other account, which is the service account that has its own processes. So there are policies in place and the relevant officials within crime detection, crime intelligence that then are supposed to ensure compliance to those policies.
General, I'm going to say to you, crime intelligence is stealing this money. There has been allegations of crime intelligence misusing this money for the longest time ever. I'm asking you, as the handler of the purse, you are allocating these budgets. How are you in your capacity ensuring that this money gets spent and on the right things and we have value for money?
Check.
What do you have in your receipt? We know that there's policies for all of these things. I'm asking, what monitoring tools do you have in place to ensure that when you allocate 3 million for informants, 3 million was actually allocated and given to those informants?
Crime intelligence has two sets of budget, Chair. I have not had any complaints in terms of the open budget that I am responsible for. One has had complaints in terms of the Secret Service account, which has its own CFO and its own rules that is managing and governing that particular. But on the open budget, I have not had any complaints in terms of program for
So,
allocation.
General, do you rely on complaints to pick up misconduct and corruption? I'm asking you what monitoring tools you are assigning huge budgets. What monitoring tools do you have in place?
If there are complaints, it means the internal controls that we have in place are either inadequate and inefficient. We do have policies, we do have controls in place, we have sufficient safeguards. So the absence of complaints then tells you that your systems are adequate in this regard.
Let me ask it like this. What system exists to manage and track how much money is paid to whom and for what information?
In terms of crime intelligence secret service account, that I will not be in a position to respond. It has its own CFO and they account to different levels of structures in this particular.
So you are passing this one on to the crime intelligence CFO. You are saying this is not under your mandate.
I'm not responsible for the secret service account.
You're not responsible for the secret service, even though you the.
I'm not. It has its own CFO.
Okay. General, task teams are generally immediate stabilization interventions, correct?
Yes.
You explained it nicely earlier on.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. What sort of justifies having a task team for 5 years?
As I indicated, the operational teams together with the National Commissioner continuously conduct crime threat patterns, crime pattern analysis, and they take decisions to stabilize and to support provinces or any areas that remain stubborn. Some of the areas sometimes remain stubborn and they require these interventions. For me, as I indicated, my knowledge of a task team is that it is established for a specific purpose, for a specific period. If it becomes a little bit longer, then it means it is dealing with a permanent problem. That is why then, from a resource point of view, one would have advised to say, why is it that we are not putting this as a permanent structure so that we can resource it properly? Obviously, the operatives would have done their crime patterns and analysis and taken decisions in terms of what is prevailing on the ground and those challenges that they are dealing with. My understanding is that investigations do take time. Certain investigations and investigators will have dockets that will go to court and take years and so on and so on. But the operational environments are the ones that takes the ultimate operational decisions based on what they would have analyzed and what is on the table and the intelligence that they might have.
I want to ask Operation Lockdown, Thunder, what has been the value for money for SAPS with this operation, which has shown blatant failures in the Western Capes? In fact, it has gotten worse, with a budget of almost 500 million being spent with little to show for it.
Earlier, during the day on my testimony, I indicated that is a question that I'm interested in. In SAPS, we do not have a model that assesses the value for money in terms of operations.
Sorry, General, you said that is a question you are interested in, meaning that you will continue to sign off on budgets without having a clear indication
No,
of
Chair.
whether the STAR scheme is being
No,
effective
Chair.
and whether there's value for money.
No, Chair. That is why we have tasked our research environment to, one, conduct an impact study on all these operations. And my understanding is that they are done with Valamgodi intervention as well as the lockdown. But that impact assessment report has not been presented to anyone. Over and above that, then they are developing a value for money model for us. And that is as a result of a task that came directly from myself and my team, because we want to ensure that the investment that we make in terms of these interventions yield the necessary results. So we are in the process of finalizing this. There is a commitment that before the end of March, the value for money model would have been given to us, because we need support from that. But indication is that it's not easy. A lot of variables have to be taken into account. A lot of stakeholders have to be consulted in this particular regard. So it is an area that we are working on. One is interested to ensure that then the SAPS has a model that we can utilize to assess all these interventions and ultimately be able to give comfort that these interventions are value for money.
General, 5 years of spending millions on various STAR schemes. Had it not been for General Mkhwanazi's press state conference, would you have embarked on developing a practice that will be able to determine the impact of these STAR schemes?
We requested it in 2024 in October.
In 2024, so prior to that, so every year for 5 years, you've been funding over 11 task teams.
I have written to the relevant managers. You will see in some of the attachments that I've made as part and parcel of the concerns to say they must determine whether the threats still exist, what is the impact, what is the value for money in this particular regard. As I indicated, they will convene the operatives and do evaluations and take operational decisions approved by the accounting officer. I have raised these particular issues. Now, we need a model, Chair, that we can utilize. We don't have that model. That is why we took the initiative in 2024 in October, prior to the press conference of July 6. We have already taken initiatives, and we look forward to that particular model that we can implement across the country to ensure that we are in a position to can assess and monitor this. Of course, the work of the police overall is measured in terms of the decline in crime trends. You will see the release of crime statistics, the work that the police continued to do, and the inroads that they continue to make in this regard. But that model, we're looking forward to it. It will assist the department to ensure that all these investments that we have made, we are able to give comfort that it is yielding the desired results.
General, how far is that model, and when is its due date to be rolled out?
The head research has given a commitment that before the end of this financial year, that model will be ready.
Thank you, Chair.
Have you stopped speaking, General Timpan? This was our last speaker during this session.
It's me, Chair. I'm not the last, I'm the second last.
I'm saying during this session. This was our last speaker. Yeah. So we're going to take a break now and come back after 15 minutes. Yes. We normally sit with a witness for a maximum of 3 hours, unless if there are time pressure. So it is 3 hours now. Let's give the witness time for a stretch break. We will come back at 15 minutes past, at 5 minutes past 5.
But Chair, are we going to make follow-up after the break? Thank you.
There is nobody who will be denied time to speak in this committee. You know, it's an established practice. the proceedings. Honorable Skosana, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Sols, Honorable Mwangu. Each one of you will not go beyond 3 minutes. That is inclusive of questions and answers. These are follow-up questions. Honorable Skosana, after 3 minutes, you stop answering.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up on the matter of 24 million. If I remember very well, you distance yourself on that as well, am I right? That you make a recommendation, or have you done a recommendation on that 24 million?
That matter of the 24 million was subsequently raised as a material irregularity by the agency. And we worked on that with the accounting officer responding and the relevant environment. A lot of work had gone in by our legal department in trying to resolve that particular issue. Eventually, when the matter was regarded as resolved in terms of the material irregularity. So it was picked up by the agency as a material irregularity.
Yeah, but my question, CFO, did you sign that for that 24 million?
When legal services dealt with that particular matter, they came back and indicated that the department was at fault in terms of the breach of contract, and they recommended that a settlement be made. I had to then, I was included on the submission. I did sign off with comments.
Sorry, did you sign?
I signed with comments to say the people who are responsible for such must be accountable.
Yeah, that's what I needed. That in my knowledge, you made a recommendation.
Legal services made a recommendation. The submission went through the processes because of the various levels of signatures, and it came to my office after the recommendation from legal services.
Yeah, but
Who made a recommendation? Looked
Yeah.
at the recommendation and the background of the matter and the recommendation from legal services. I then said, based on the facts and the legal opinion that is on the table, I recommend on condition that a knowledgeable person is appointed to investigate, to determine who was responsible for this.
yeah, but I agree on that you wrote, you had
Yes.
some comments.
Yes.
But you did sign for this
Yes, I
24
signed the
million. Thank you,
submission.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we will come back to you, Honorable Malema. Let's take Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, I think I was covered by Honorable Skosana, but I just wanted to know, just one thing on that matter of this 24 million. When you signed for that, on that document, does that mean you agreed with the recommendations that they stated, not that you stated?
It's an opinion and a recommendation by our legal department to the accounting
Did
officer.
you agree with what they said?
I recommended on condition that the relevant people who are responsible for that matter are held to account.
That on the same document, that
It's
your
on the same-
recommendation, are they on the same document?
Yes, they are on the same document.
Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
General, what is the highest and the lowest overtime paid? Are you able to tell us?
Paid to?
Well, you can tell us if you want to individualize it.
Chair, we have 5 programs where we allocate funding for overtime. The work of those 5 programs or the work that is conducted by the people who are linked to those programs differ. So you will not have the level of overtime paid to those that are doing administration as compared to those that are doing the actual policing. So I don't have an amount, however, it depends on the work that those members are doing.
So in the case of the PKTT, in the case of the PKTT,
Chair, when you look at the PKTT, since its inception, the highest amount up to so far would be recorded in 2019-2020, that is 26 million or 26.4 million. As I indicated, you will see a 0 there for this financial year. I am aware that the members are continuously working and they are required from time to time to perform duties in terms of overtime. So there will be claims that will be captured there.
Sorry, General.
But the 26 million that was recorded during the 2019-20 appears to be the highest amount in terms of PKTT.
are you in a position to say the individual who had the highest overtime and the individual that had the lowest time?
I do not have those
Overtime.
records.
Don't have those. Thank you.
Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is on actually page 21. I think it's paragraph 25, where you actually have expressed that you agree with the National Commissioner on the PKTT being actually transformed into a permanent, structure. But where you disagree is that the National Commissioner feels that the PKTT should be a national structure, not a provincial structure in KwaZulu-Natal. It should not be confined to KwaZulu-Natal only. My interest is, where are you now with this discussion?
Having learned about the extended scope and the work that the team continues to do, I believe that I support that there be a national structure, because the political killings are not confined in one province. You do have pockets of incidents in other provinces. I will support the National Commissioner in this regard.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add, this March 2023 shutdown, which cost 368 million. Which one is that one? CFO. 368,000. Which one is that one? 300 million. 368 million.
There was a match somewhere in March that was called a shutdown. Our duty as the police is to ensure that we protect the citizens.
No,
as
I
well
hear
as
that. You are doing so
their-
well in the
their
morning. Don't do that
their
to us. I'm
property.
asking which shutdown is this one, which
a
costed
March-
us 368. So let's say to July 23. We know it was a protest about President Zuma. Which one is this one? Of 368 million. You wrote it here, we didn't write it here.
Yes, there was a national shutdown. My memory is losing me, Chair, in terms of what was the actual issue in this particular regard, but I know it was in March. As I indicated, March you close the books, so you would have captured your few claims. Those that you would not have concluded, then you conclude them in April. That is why you see expenditure going into the next financial year, but it was for the same reason. My memory is leaving me. I can't recall exactly what was the issue, but there was a national shutdown during that particular period that we needed to deploy and ensure that we protect or we ensure that then is stability in terms of those provinces that would have been affected by this much.
But if you were talking about EFF national shutdown, was one day. It was in March 2023, one day, costed you 368 million.
It depends on the numbers of the members that you are deployed to go and support the affected provinces. These are operational decisions that are made to ensure that we are effective in terms of policing public order issues and ensuring that there is stability in the country.
So I wanted to ask the General, that was not necessarily my question. My follow-up was, during lockdown, COVID lockdown, only essential services were allowed to work, and that will include police. Why should an impression be created that police were less working during COVID, as if they too were locked down? They were not locked down.
They were not locked down, but
Your time is up, honorable member.
Oh, time is up.
Your time is up, honorable member. Honorable Sangweni.
Thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to go to that march of the EFF that cost the country 400 million to protect a non-starter. My round of questions is coming now, Chair, so I'll raise it then. Thank you.
You see what she's doing, and we're going to come threefold like that, and she's going to be a crybaby. Does that all the time, and when we attend to her, she cries like a crybaby.
I have made a request to the two of you, Honorable Malim and Honorable Sangweni, to meet aside of the proceedings and thresh out those issues. Honorable members, this is what I want to do. When we go to take the last three speakers, that is Honorable Sangweni, Honorable Nola and Honorable Shongwe, they are going to run uninterrupted. If there are any follow-up questions, they will come after they would have asked their questions. Can we restrain ourselves to that? It's now almost 20 minutes past 5. So we must run for 45 minutes, which will be 5 minutes after 6. You are going to come in that order. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then when your time expires, you pass the microphone to Honorable Sangweni. And then Honorable Sangweni will pass the microphone to Honorable Shongwe. That is how we hand over the flame. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I will hand over to Honorable Sangweni the same way South Africa handed over the G20 championship to America. Chair, thanks very much. CFO, it is alleged that many SAPS officials would have benefited some few rands and few millions from the 260 million tender. Did you benefit?
No, Chair.
Otherwise, given a chance to solicit some benefits, you would.
I have never. And I will
It's
never.
just a matter of not getting the opportunity.
And I will never do that.
Okay, so I heard you are with the people from the risks management. Was awarding such a massive tender to a newly established company with no massive experience of that kind of work not a financial risk?
The tender was advertised, Chair. Companies competed, and the committee said to award this in terms of the rules of tender awards in this particular regard. There would have been requirements that those that would have tendered would have had to meet So if the BEC and the BAC would have gone through that process and agreed that the tender.
CFO, pause there. The due process you are telling us, we know. And that due process does not mean that the department did all it can to ensure that a credible company is appointed. Hence, the internal audit arrangement has dismissed what you are telling us now, that there's been irregularities. The point I'm making was awarding such huge work to a company or a service provider that barely has experience in that work, not a financial risk.
It was.
It was. Thank you. Is it the reason the company was terminated for poor performance?
The company was terminated upon conclusion of the investigation that was sanctioned between the executive authority and the accounting officer and the irregularities that were picked up.
No. The minister in 2024 made an instruction that there must be a termination of that company based on poor performance. The program following that was a process program done by the National Commissioner, but a decision was there. So the question is, was it based on the basis of the capacity and the lack of experience that the company was unable to perform up to the expected standards?
I'm not aware that those were the reasons.
Okay. So you continued budgeting for the PKTT beyond 2022?
Beyond?
2022.
Yes.
We have evidence with us that the PKTT's existence beyond 2022 was irregular. What's your view on that? So did you budget for an irregular structure?
I'm not aware of any determination that has been put before us that post 2022 the PKTT was irregular. When such indications was made and I followed the evidence, I indicated that I immediately appointed a experienced person to conduct this assessment for me. I'm not aware. I have received indication from the accounting officer together with the operational environments that work is continuing on the PKTT and it requires to be supported. So I have sanctioned for such an assessment. Such assessment will then tell us whether indeed this is irregular. However, the person that I had appointed seem to have consulted the legal environment, and it is being recommended that let's allow the work of this committee together with the commission to conclude, then we embark on this particular process. I'm not aware, no structure has raised this.
So
as irregular.
you admit here in front of us that you led a process of budgeting for a structure in SAPS whose standing, whose credibility is not known. You are not aware whether it's regular or irregular.
Nobody
but
has,
you continue budgeted
it
for
has
it.
not been raised or flagged by any assurance provider as irregular. And
But
there
the
is
minister said that
there
with
is no
us.
determination that has been conducted that I'm aware of that has declared the structure irregular.
But the minister said that to us.
I would not be in a position to then comment on that. We need to then have a thorough assessment that will give us an indication in this regard.
Okay. So, are you aware whether or not the term or the existence of the PKTT was actually extended beyond 2023?
As I indicated, Chair, I do not participate in the IMC structures. The National Commissioner together with the project team leader are in a best position to answer that. What comes to me is a process that would have been sanctioned by the accounting officer to say work is continuing and it needs to be supported.
Okay, I see that the budget patterns of the PKTT change from one year to the other and all that. There is no stable budget or there is no stable tariff in terms of how you budget for the PKTT. What factors influence that?
It will be, the main factors would be the cost estimates that are submitted by the project leader. Obviously, they would have taken into account the work that needs to be done, that still needs to be done, the investigations and so on and so on. And they do estimates in terms of the numbers, if they need to increase the numbers or reduce the numbers. So we receive the cost estimates from the project team leader, having analyzed and assessed and took decisions in this regard.
You hold strong views that the PKTT must be deactivated. Why?
As a temporary structure, so that a permanent structure could be put in place. And from a budgeting point of view, it will make it easier for me to project, to budget, as well as to allocate resources that will support this team and to ensure accountability, so that there's a permanent head. Should there be a misuse of resources, I know, then there's a permanent head who must account for this. So it was purely from a budget as well as a resource management point of view.
Was the PKTT the most expensive task team within the SAPS?
Not necessarily.
It was not.
It was not.
Okay. Do you bill other arms of state when you have deployed officers to help in the work they are doing? For example, if Parliament is holding SONA, you deploy high-ranking officials of SAPS. Do you bill Parliament for that work?
There are events that would have been arranged by other environments, other departments, where a commitment letter, I will demand a commitment letter working together with the head of VIP protection or protection services, and those departments will then commit, and we then do an interdepartmental claims. There is work that the VIP protection unit as well as the protection services is their mandate to then do. Events, policing in terms of issues of SONA and all those, this is the mandate of that particular program 5. But there are instances where other events where we do not have money, then there will be an agreement with the organizing department that there is a commitment letter. Post that event, then we then submit and facilitate an interdepartmental claim.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Honorable Sangoni, the baton is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon once again, General. General, tell me how many women serve in the executive management? Well, not SMS. You know, the lieutenant generals. How many women are there?
It's a bit in the afternoon. I cannot recall from the top of my mind. But one thing I know is that in terms of the PCs, we have succeeded to have more than 50% of women. Then we have quite a few at the divisional commissioner level, as well as the deputy national commissioner, who is General Musikiri. So we have done well as an organization to ensure that we empower women and women serve in these positions in this regard.
Okay. Now, I was asking you just to give you, a break, chill from these hard questions, but also to congratulate you. I think some members have said during the course of the day that you clearly know your work. I think, you've given us confidence in you and the work that you're doing.
Thank you,
But what I wanted to check with you, General, you said you heard about this decision to disband the PKTT from the media on the 2nd of January. What was your reaction when you heard that? What did you think of the decision?
I was on leave, as I indicated, which had commenced on the 17th of December. I had gone away, and on the 2nd, then I watched TV, and I saw this reporting was still continuing. What I then did, I sent a message to the acting CFO, just wanting to find out whether perhaps my office was included in terms of the discussions, and of which she confirmed no. And then I left it at that. I believed that perhaps a decision would have been, or discussion would have ensued between the National Commissioner and the Minister, because it is a decision that must be taken at that level.
Did you think it was a correct decision, though, that the Minister took?
At that time, I wouldn't make anything of the decision. Like I said, I was on leave. one would have assumed that when you go on leave, work continues. Perhaps there would have been engagements between the two leaders and they would have taken that decision. So it was a matter that one would have then be briefed properly when they come back from leave. But for me, all I did was to check with the acting CFO if perhaps there was a formal meeting where discussions were held and then.
So you had no personal view one way or the other
Nothing.
on, okay.
Nothing.
Okay, so over the course of these, this inquiry, General, we've gotten the sense that, you know, there seems to be two camps, people are taking sides. Have you taken a side in this matter?
On this matter?
Yes.
Never. I do not take sides. I am appointed to assist the accounting officer to execute his or her responsibility, and that's all I do. Because we are employed to ensure that we provide a service which is to combat crime and ensure that the people of this country are safe. For me, those issues are a waste of time, and we need to ensure that we earn our salaries when we leave work every day. So I do not take sides, I do not participate in such issues.
Maybe let me ask it differently. Ne? At the end of the day, this inquiry is established to probe the allegations that General Mkhwanazi would have made, right? And at the heart of it is this issue of PKTT, drug cartels and what. And we've had to wade through a whole lot of evidence that you end up not knowing what is right, what is wrong anymore. So if you were to have a view, do you think that General Mkhwanazi, in terms of the issues that he raised, was correct? And indeed that the minister, General Sibia, and them were wrong or are involved in these cartels? What would be your personal view?
My personal view would be, obviously, we will have to wait for the committee to conclude its work as well as the commission. General Mkhwanazi did right by raising these issues. If there are issues that are preventing us from doing our job as public servants, those issues ought to be raised in this particular regard. But in terms of who's wrong, who's right, I believe as same and similar as South Africans, one would then allow the committee to proceed with its work and to produce a report, including the commission.
Okay, so Vice Admiral Monde Lobese, who is the Chief of the Navy, goes in public, addresses a gala dinner, and he says he believes that the South African Navy is being defunded by government, and he thinks at the core of it is these issues of either selling out or drug cartels. You've given quite a bit of testimony or evidence that speaks to the fiscal constraints that SAPS is facing and the difficulties. Would you agree with Vice Admiral Lobese?
Chair, I can't comment on the SNDF comment.
As it relates to SAPS, do you think that SAPS is also being consciously defunded to promote perhaps nefarious ends, sorry?
We working within the finance environment understand the macro issues of the country. We do participate duly in terms of processes that are there and put on the table by National Treasury. We make our submissions. We always make submissions that are over and above what is currently available. And we hope that one day the macroeconomic situation of the country will improve and we will be having resources in abundance to ensure that we all are able to deliver the service that we are tasked to deliver as government departments.
Thanks, CFO. And I'm really relying on your, your accomplishments, your qualifications, because I would think that in the environment that you are in, you would understand fiscal pressures, you would understand the priorities and choices that have to be made. So your submission is that you do not believe that the SAPS is being intentionally defunded, but there's macroeconomic pressures on the country that are leading to these issues?
I don't believe that government will intentionally want to put the subs in particular into a position that where we will be unable to do our work. It is our wish that one day we will have these resources and we will be able to, there are competing priorities in government. We'll be able to have adequate resources to be able to service this country as expected.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so now speaking about these priorities and choices that you have had to make, I know Honorable Angwa did ask you this, but I want you to be specific. So you don't budget for the PKTT. You have these requests that come up every year, and then you have to take money from elsewhere. What is suffering while you are funding the PKTT? Where exactly? I mean, you've been there since 2019, so it's been a number of funding cycles. Where have you taken money from to fund PKTT?
I don't want us to say something is suffering as a result of PKTT. As I indicated, we receive allocation from National Treasury annually. And there are priorities that we canvass with the National Commissioner through the relevant structures, finance committees, and those priorities are put on the table. There will always be limitations. The needs will always surpass the resources that you have. At this point in time, we do have a dire need in terms of technology in the organization. I'm sure you would have heard in various forums that we need to ensure that we upgrade our technology, and our technology is on par with other organizations in this regard. So the work that the PKTT is doing is important because it is investigative work, it is work that deals with issues that are troubling the country. So you can say the allocation to PKTT is not important, the other one is important. So it's an issue of competing priorities, and we try our level best to ensure that there are cost containment issues. We block the systems to ensure that where there are inefficiencies, we are able to manage those things. We have implemented blocks to deal with the so-called non-core items, and there's quite a lot that SAPS is doing
Thank you,
in this
CFO.
particular regard.
Thank you, CFO. I mean, I know I got a bit of time because Honorable Mkhwanazi left me some, but thank you so much. I got you there. Chair, on the, Honorable Mkhwanazi raises this question, and I want to follow up on it. Around the funding of the PKTT. Now, you say it was not unauthorized, irregular, whichever word it is in terms of a structure, right? But the minister on the 31st of December says, shut down this thing immediately. That directive is being implemented. You have meetings where you meet, you discuss disbandment, but then money is then allocated again to the PKTT, which both General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Masemula came to testify on. Why was money being allocated when a directive from the minister has come out to say, shut it down?
Okay, I want to put it on record that I have not been part of any meeting that has discussed
Oh,
this
my
directive.
apologies. It was
Yeah.
Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, but in your knowledge, why would you, I'm assuming you would have played a part in approving something
So-
the minister said must be disbanded?
So in April, when you then are confronted with a situation where you have to advise the organization and assist the organization to distribute funding to cost centers, I approached the National Commissioner that I'm aware of this directive, I'm aware of these issues. As the finance office, when am I going to get an indication to say, do I fund, do I not fund? The accounting officer then says, reserve funding, we will come to you. There is work that must still be done in terms of this particular PKTT reserve funding, and we will come to you, perhaps on a month-to-month basis to then deal with this. So I'm aware that there were meetings that were taking place to discuss the directive, but I was not part of such meetings. So I rely on the instruction as well as the indication by the National Commissioner in terms of what needs to happen when it comes to the work and the support of the PKTT.
Okay, so you asked him because you knew it had
Yes,
been disbanded.
I asked
Okay.
him.
All right. Now, you approved, I'm assuming, because I can't find the documents, or maybe let me ask it like this. What is the delegation, what is the amount, the delegation that you have for approvals of payments? Who would have paid the money that was paid to Mr. Matlala's company? Who would have approved that?
As I indicated, we have a national policy that regulates the payment of suppliers in the
CFO.
department.
Were you the one who approved it?
No.
Who would have approved it?
The end user?
No, the payment. The end user gives you the certificates and says this issue
Oh,
is
as
ready.
I indicated, the system and the policy indicates which process starts where. My office's process is the final leg where we release money into the bank account. There are officials that are delegated to do that. It is not done by the CFO, but it is officials within my office.
So who would have released this particular payment? I mean, I'm sure you would have found out by now.
The section that deals with everything medical is headed by a Major General and there is a Brigadier. The final payments are released by the Brigadier who is in that space that works in my office. Obviously, that function is in my office and the final payment is done in my office, but it's a Brigadier who is within my office that is delegated to do these payments.
Okay, and 50 million you don't look at, it's too small money for the CFO to look at?
It was 48, we stopped
48.
other invoices.
Okay, 48 is below your delegations?
I do not do the actual payment.
Okay. Now, when this Brigadier and the General received this request for a payment of 48 million, outside of the fact that the end user would have certified that they've received the service, and I'm asking you this, CFO, please don't think we're here to get you. We're not trying to get anybody. We're trying to understand what are the systemic and perhaps governance failures that exist in the system, right? So when they get this certification from the user, are there any probity checks? Is there any due diligence that's done in your office now, or do they just press the button and the money goes? Are you our last line of defense or a post box?
There would be those that will verify, will then, the segregation of duties will capture and then finally approve in this particular regard. As I indicated, Chair, there are sufficient safeguards within the system, within the policy. You would understand that procurement takes place across the country. So there are sufficient safeguards. And when you look at this graph on the determination test report, the investigator even went into that particular field and interviewed those brigadiers, and he came to a conclusion that in terms of the financial space, there are sufficient safeguards. This particular issue was an issue of an irregular contract that was issued in contravention with supply chain processes.
Okay. Let me ask you my last two questions. I'll ask them as one question. So it's on this issue that Honorable, wait, I cannot ask the national shutdown. You see, Honorable Malema is right. I also looked at that amount of the national shutdown, 348 million for a one-day event, which was the march. When you approve the allocation of such funding, 1 billion rand, more or less, for the July 21 unrest, when you approve such amounts, can you give us a sense of what goes into 350 million rand to safeguard, protect, serve the country on a one-day event? And can we take it that every time there's a march in this country, you are spending amounts of that nature?
Our role as the police is to ensure that we safeguard the citizens of this country, including their properties. One of our core responsibilities is to ensure that there is public order. So if there is a march, we have a responsibility as the police to ensure that we indeed execute our mandate, which is to ensure that the citizens are safe and we protect their properties. There would be marches and there would be provinces that are affected.
CFO, sorry,
Plans
you're not
are
answering me, and my time is running out. You're not answering me because I want to know, from your experience as a CFO, what could possibly cost 350 million to safeguard, serve, protect the country on a march that is one day? So maybe just paint us a picture and then link to that. I said, is this the quantum of money that's spent when there is a march?
Security plans are not done in one day. If there is something planned, security plans kickstart days before. And on the day of the event, it is execution. So the work of the police is very wide.
Okay,
So
so
there would be-
350 million is justifiable in
There
your
would be
General,
overtime.
can you please stop speaking? Can we take Honorable Shongwe?
But my time hasn't finished. Ola gave me time.
The- The last speaker is Honorable Shongwe. Your time starts now.
Sawubona mama. Kunjani?
All right, thank you.
Ngiyaphila. Ngicela ungisondelele ku mic angikuzwa kahle ne. Uyakhona ukukhuluma mama sixoxe.
Kiyabua, Chair.
Wabuwa ukabuwa unataba.
Yes.
Quick one. Imali yama South Africans idliwe mama uyavuma.
Chair, can I request?
Chelete ya di South Africans idliwe wadumela.
Which money, Chair?
In the tenders, the 360 million tender.
The investigation will tell us what
But
has
when
happened.
wadumela orijiwe or ayajiwe.
Ke mang, Chair?
By the perpetrators.
Sorry?
You think ayajiwe? Are you investigating something that you believe money was taken or not?
Money were paid to this tender that has come out as a tender that it was allocated irregularly. That is why we are investigating to ensure that that monies that were paid, if then there is possible recovery, we recover from those that would have been responsible.
So wadumela or there might be a possibility to reach.
There could be a possibility.
All right. And this thing happened when I only CFO. Wadumela.
Yes.
Okay. Matlala ufile a tender. This new tender at 360 million while you were CFO. We have
There was a tender committee, bid adjudication committee that looked into that and allocated. I do not participate in those committees.
But you were CFO.
Yes, I'm CFO.
We have
Yes.
Thank you. Asiqhubeke ma'am. One thing I'm seeing here, General, ukugula okufanayo between you and General Fani. There is no way you guys want to take responsibility through your officers. And we understand that your officers are the last line of defense. I want us to deal with that right now so that we understand whether you know which you are the last line of defense or you don't know. Are we clear on that, ma'am? Can we go through that line?
It's fine, Chair.
Thank you very much. General Fani is having a position where you said you have been in the supply chain. Can you hear me? You said you were once in the supply chain, right? And now you are a CFO, which means it's easy for you to pick up if the General Fani did something wrong, right? Or maybe missed something. Did he miss anything in this thing, yellow tender?
General Fani reports to the National Commissioner.
Okay, ma'am.
In terms of the
where
work
does General Fani report?
to the National Commissioner,
Sengukubuzele lowo mbuzo, ungasawuphendula. Asiye ngapha. Do you think General Fani missed something?
as he was working on the issue of the tender,
Regarding this tender, yes.
the investigation has revealed such.
Has revealed such.
Yes.
Do you suspect bekahlanganisela uMatlala something or what?
I cannot comment on that. The investigation must reveal
Okay.
such.
So, Kasipedi wadumela or there's something wrong that happened in that tender.
The investigation has revealed that this tender was awarded irregularly.
So should we blame General Fani?
He should take responsibility, the accounting officer must take responsibility in terms of having delegated this work to the BAC to deal with on his behalf. So both of them must take responsibility.
Okay, let's park that and we'll come back. Nasi se akirati motho o mogolo o bolela maka, especially when my name is used in a space where maka a tlo bolela with using my name. I want us to establish ukuthi the minister is therefore in your own, okay, let me say in my words, but taking from you, the minister has lied about you and said you knew about the budget. He came to you or spoke to you about the budget of the PKTT.
Minister did not say that. When I followed the proceedings, when he was asked if he had discussed with the CFO, the minister said no.
Didn't the
In
minister
terms
say
of
he had consulted your office?
No. His response was no. I did not consult the CFO.
And he took his decision on his own?
He took the decision on his own.
Okay. Do you think that was correct?
One would have thought such a decision would have been canvassed with the accounting officer.
Come again?
one would have thought that that decision would have been discussed or taken through consultation with the accounting officer.
All right, let's go back to that one now. When Matlala was given this tender through a new company, what did your office do? Or what did you do? Since you've picked up thing, you are the one who picked up this irregularities, right?
I indicated that a report was given to me to say this is possible irregular expenditure. My responsibilities will then unfold as follows. I recorded this and reported it accordingly in terms of the books of subs, and it was duly audited by the external auditors. After cancellation, we then also instructed my office to stop payments in this regard.
Okay. Please recommend to us, what should the parliament recommend when it comes to general fund? What should we do, Ngofan?
Those that would have been responsible for these lapses must be held to account.
Must be held to account.
Yes.
What would you recommend to us? Angene venini noma simlethele eKhoshi Mampuru simshiye la or
It will depend on the outcome of the investigations and its recommendations.
Okay, in your tenure as CFO, has anybody been arrested? In your tenure as CFO, has anybody been arrested or found to have misused money, abused overtime money and all this? Has anybody been arrested or fired or dismissed?
There are arrests that continuously take place. There's recently a brigadier and another official who were arrested. They previously worked in supply chain management, and then they were suspended. So those arrests, as well as those disciplinary processes, are processes that are normally unfolding. If an investigation has been concluded and it has found that those relevant officials were responsible.
I'm almost done, ma'am. 2021, during the COVID time, COVID-19, two officers come to you. Actually, they spoke to you on a virtual meeting regarding the misuse and the abuse of overtime in the PPS. Have you fixed the issues of overtime abuse in the PPS?
I cannot recall the meeting that the member is referring to, Chair. The issues of overtime within Program 5 are issues that we continuously discuss between ourselves, the program managers, the accounting officer, and also looking at the issues of sustainability in this particular regard. We have discussions with Treasury in this regard, and all of us are aware of the pressures that talks to the overtime within that environment, and that it needs to be fixed. So it's a matter that almost all of us are continuously discussing to find long-lasting and sustainable solutions to curtail as well as contain overtime costs within that program.
So since 2021, we're discussing that misuse of abuse, the abuse of overtime.
I am saying this is a matter that is receiving attention.
From
There is-
2021.
If Chair says-
Let me remind you of this meeting. First, let me start here. These two officers came to you and reported that in the protection services, the PPS, there is abuse of overtime money during the COVID time. Your answer to them was, you don't want to involve yourself in politics.
Who are those members? Chair, I cannot recall this
I
meeting.
will give you their names in writing.
I cannot recall this meeting, and
You
I am not aware of this meeting. I
Okay,
cannot
let's
recall.
go exactly where you recall and remember. You're saying now, since these members reported this member to you on 2021, how long in your knowledge have you been discussing this matter?
Chair, I cannot recall the meeting. I am
Okay,
saying,
disregard the meeting. How long in your knowledge have you been discussing indaba ye abuse ye overtime lapha ya ku PPS?
Chair, we know that overtime is a cost driver within Program 5. We are continuously looking for ways to ensure that we sustain that program in terms of
General,
this
I am
cost
a very
driver.
fair person. Let me do this. What are you continuously doing? Let me give you your own question so that you can answer it, then you come back to mine. What are you continuously doing?
For example, we have had discussions in terms of the possible review of the policy. We have also made submissions and discussions in terms of the areas that we believe that the current existing policies could be improved to ensure that then we sustain
Thank you very much,
the
General. Let's cut
overtime.
it there. That would
that-
have been the question to your answer. I was fair, I gave you your own question to your own answer. Can you answer my question? How long have you been discussing the misuse or the abuse of overtime money in the PBS?
Chair, overtime that is utilized in that particular program, it's overtime, it is a cost driver. When you say discussing abuse, we don't gather around the table and discuss abuse. We discuss in terms of what are the cost containment as well as efficiencies that we can put in place to ensure that we sustain the cost of overtime, which is a cost driver in those environments. We discuss with the program managers, the accounting officer. We have even made recommendations working together with the program managers to National Treasury to support us through the relevant parliamentary structures to ensure
And
that
for how
the
long has this
policy-
been happening?
The policy is then reviewed in this particular regard.
I'm
These are
trying-
the
What I'm trying to get, General, is how efficient are you guys? How long do you take to fix this into as Moshagalai? Because remember, by the time you guys take long to fix this thing, if these people reported 2021 and you are failing to answer me in your own knowledge, how long have you and your leaders been discussing issue abuse?
Chair, I'm
I
not
want to
aware.
know how long.
Chair, I'm not aware of this meeting.
Okay, you get
So
a
I
meeting.
cannot
Who
talk
maku
about
meeting?
this
Yeah, meeting. But how long? How long have you guys discussing the misuse of that overtime money?
Chair, we continuously
Continuous and one maybe
look at ways
from.
to put efficiencies in terms of manage this cost driver, which is
Okay, in
overtime.
order to
within
continue,
program
must start
five.
somewhere. From where? From when did you start discussing such?
Chair,
Since you've
I
been a
took
CEO.
over as CFO in 2019.
So since 2019, you've
We
been discussing this
monitor,
matter.
we put cost containment, we communicate, we ensure that the managers are then held
Impendulo
responsible
ngiyayithola
for
ngayifunda
this.
khona. Okay, thank you. Let's go to this last question. General Wali Rode, Yamas.
Yes.
He was advised not to buy 2 cars that were not office spec of VIP protection vehicle. Do you know of that story?
No, I do not know, Chair.
Okay, I may put it on record, it was in your tenure.
Sorry.
Ngizokutshela ke manje, I'm going to tell you, ne? Please go do something about it. What I'm going to tell you, please go
The
do something
voice
about
is
it.
a bit soft. I struggle to hear.
Okay. This is information I'm giving you, and I want you to come back to me in writing. What are you going to do or zoyenzan, right? General Wali Rode bought 2 cars from a company in Pretoria, and he was advised not to do so. These 2 cars didn't meet the spec of VIP protection vehicles, but he continued to do so. Since I've told you now, on the top of your head, what are you going to do about it, or should I wait for the letter?
I'm not certain who would have advised. It is a matter that I'm not aware of, Chair.
Okay.
It is a matter that one could follow up.
All right, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shongwe. General, thank you so much. All the speakers have been given an opportunity to ask their questions to you. Allocated maximum time, they have asked you questions. The very last session of this proceedings today is for me sitting here as the chair to check with honorable members, those who want to ask you follow-up questions, to raise their hands now. Okay. When I recognize you, you lower the hand. Honorable Matthys, you will be number 1. Honorable Nomvalo, number 2. Honorable Skosana, number 3. Honorable Sanguni, number 4. Honorable Mwango, number 5. Honorable Sols, number 6. and the last hand is that of Honorable James. Yeah, I'm coming to the question before you ask the question. Can I check if there is any honorable member who may be potentially triggered by other members when they ask questions? So that I must prepare myself sitting here as the chair, that there are going to be triggers. So you will be the last, Honorable Malim.
No, I didn't hear the apology of the DA members. All they did, they came here and left a filthy place here. I don't understand how these DA people work. Dirty, they come to prison and make it dirty and leave.
And the chair, we
So
are
I don't know if we have an apology about this.
I will explain that before we close the proceedings.
Chair, while you are going to explain, please explain what last night they slept while you were on a meeting at DA. They slept to finish the meeting while they're sleeping. Again, when Honorable came here, she was sleeping during the meeting. Then they left early to sleep. Chair, please attend to the sleeping.
Okay. So we have 8 members who want to ask follow-up questions. Less than 3 minutes each. There is nobody who goes beyond 3 minutes, and honorable members, it is not debatable. And you know when a player remonstrates with the referee after the whistle has been blown, you are inviting a yellow card to yourself. Honorable Matthews.
Start again, Chair. Thank you. Are we starting again? Thank you. Lieutenant General, what informs the security threat? And you know we were not going to let this go about the EFF, the amount of money that was allocated to a protest, which is covered in the Constitution. Every citizen, any political party, any movement has a right to protest. So for you to agree to this amount of money to be allocated, what was the security threat and what was it based on? Because EFF, we've been in existence since 2013. Never, ever has there been any criminality, and we are an organization in the streets all the time. So it can't be that so much money can be allocated to a peaceful organization that has been in the streets protesting against an ANC government who kills workers for protesting for a living wage, against the ANC government who kills children because they cannot even provide pit toilets, or they cannot provide proper toilets, and our children are being killed in school. So please talk to us about that.
Chair, on paragraph 8 of my statement, I indicated that while I oversee financial operations, it is crucial to understand that my role does not extend to operational decisions. There are those that are responsible for operations in the organization.
Okay.
There are those that are responsible.
I'm being sabotaged by the GNU now.
Just a moment, Honorable Matthews, may you please have your microphone on?
Okay.
And I'm reminding you for the last time, I'm not going to compensate any time that is
No,
lost
Chair, but
when
it's
the
not my
microphone
fault
is
that
off.
the
Thank
committee
you.
can't provide proper resources. No, you answered that question, CFO. I'm asking something specific. I'm saying when it comes to you, what do you need to know before you make a decision that this is a reasonable amount, not getting involved in operations? 470 million rand for a one-day protest, peaceful organization.
There is an operational plan that would have been crafted taking into account.
No.
I would have a request in front of me to say there is an operation that is taking place. It requires support at this particular level. And I have got no reason not to trust what would have informed those operational decisions.
Then CFO, it's like you're the bookkeeper because you're not asking hard questions. So you just get a report and then you just pay. I also just want to talk quickly about proof of payments, right? there was a concern that there was proof of payments that were generated from your office, right? And then we had individuals who were not SAPS members that were using these POPs to approach service providers. Are you aware of that? It was,
I'm not aware, and I believe, I do have faith in my office that the members working in my office.
so
would
there was
not-
no proof of payments?
Not done. I have heard during consultation that there was a brigadier that would have engaged in that exercise, and I can confirm that that brigadier does not work in my office.
So how would they have gotten the POP?
Sorry,
How would they have gotten the POP?
I have got no idea. The
But it's from
investigation,
your office. Are you still
the
investigating?
brigadier is not in my office. This is a part and parcel of the ongoing investigation.
Okay. Hey, okay, I feels like we have gotten into the same vibe as Lieutenant General Fani with don't know and not responsible, but thank you, CFO.
You still had 1 minute left. Are you done? Okay. Next, Honorable Number.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. General, not in the context of the Medicare contract, but generally, when the two scenarios coexist, irregular appointment, poor services, can there be value for money?
If there is an indication to say there is poor service, as I indicated, and those that would have requested these services and would have attested to say they have received the service in the correct quantity and time and
No,
so
I can't
on and
hear
so
you
on.
properly.
I'm saying the certification of the services that were provided is done by those that would have requested these services in terms of the end user. If they certify that I requested this service, I have received this particular service, and they then certify and they upload these invoices in the system. If it is found that they did these certifications incorrectly and they participated in unethical conduct.
Yeah, no. All that process has been satisfied, and the determination that has been made is that the service was poor. Poor service, irregular appointment, can there be value for money? Please don't
Irregular,
explain the process because I've got limited time.
irregular expenditure is expenditure incurred in contravention to supply chain processes. The service provider renders the service. The end user certifies that the service was rendered. They upload the invoices. I'm saying if that certification was fraudulent, we need to get to the bottom of this. That is what I'm saying.
But I'm not getting a direct response. I mean, a determination has been made that the service was poor.
The determination test confirmed that this contract was awarded in contravention with supply chain processes and thereby making it irregular, an irregular award.
Okay, then the EFF national shutdown took 1 day. The July unrest took almost a month, if my memory serves me well. And the amount spent in the July unrest was 900 and something million. So my mathematics is failing me in that regard. Does that make sense that a shutdown that took 1 day cost 400 and something million, and the unrest, which took almost a month, cost 900 and something million? Maybe there's something wrong with my mathematics.
These are the cost of public order duties that we perform in this country. So these are some of the, sometimes we call them diversions, where our resources are diverted to go deal with such public order.
No, but maybe my question is the curation not impactful? The curation of the service, or the curation of the, in this context, of the national shutdown, does it not have an impact that this one was 1 day and therefore the cost can't reach a certain amount?
Chair, I rely on the operational environment they would have applied their minds, they would have done a threat assessment, and they would have come to a conclusion to say the security plan
Okay, so
must be
it-
executed
so
in
it
this
makes
fashion,
sense- it
and
makes-
it must be supported with this kind
So
of
it
resources.
makes sense to you, CFO, that the shutdown, the national shutdown of the EFF cost 400 and something million, and it took only 1 day, whereas the July unrest took almost a month, but it cost 900 and something million. So that makes sense according to you.
Chair, as I indicated, the operational environments will be best suited to deal with this. The July unrest, my understanding would be, it was more prevalent in a bit of more than one province, and you needed to then support those provinces with additional manpower in this regard. And when you then deploy
May
additional.
you please stop speaking? Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. CFO, do you still remember, you know why we are so inquisitive about this matter? Do you still remember that we had an issue with PPEs? Do you still remember that?
Yes.
We had an irregular expenditure of 1.6 billion at SARS. Do you remember that?
There was an issue on PPEs, Chair.
CFO, I'm putting figures. 1.6 billion irregular expenditure, which was found at South African Police Service. Do you agree with me on that?
Chair, I cannot recall the figure from the top of my head, but I do know that there was an issue of irregular expenditure surrounding the PPEs.
And do you still remember that there were some verbal approvals of millions of rands during the COVID period? Do you remember that?
Verbal approvals from who, Chair?
I'm talking about, I'm talking about SAPS here. And remember, we are the CFO. Now, I'm saying all these monies which were paid, I don't want to name companies because it would be like I'm starting afresh. I'm just saying to you that our concern as members of of the taxpayers' money, it's not something personal. Hence, I'm reminding you that that is not the first time. It's not only about this Kate Matlala's tender, which invokes all what I'm talking about now, to say, under your watch, there was this issue of PPEs, which it was found by the AG, no, not me, that it was irregular. So what I'm asking you, do you agree? And I said to you that the issue as well was that some of these tenders, there was verbal agreement.
Chair, at the time
Verbal
of procurement surrounding the PPEs, I did not participate in those committees, as I have indicated, Chair. I have indicated that there is a culture in the organization that we must deal with to ensure that there's real consequences so that it serves as a deterrent. But during the era where procurement was made in terms of PPEs, I did not serve in any of the structure that
No, I understand
anyone
that.
verbal authorization and so
I
on and so
understand
on.
that, CFO.
My understanding, Chair, is that investigations have been made and there have been relevant reportings. I did not participate and I did not give
Yeah, but CFO.
anyone verbal authorization in this.
But CFO, have you paid for all those invoices? Who paid the invoices?
The invoices, as I indicated, there's a policy that governs the payment of service providers. At the end, if the end user has certified that I've received services and they load those invoices, we then, at the end of the value chain, it is my office that will then release those
CFO,
payments.
With due respect, at the end of the day, if you are not concerned about what I'm talking about, you are going to pay invoices which people did not even work for. Ghost, what they call them, ghost invoices, because of what they send to you. If you don't satisfy yourself that those invoices are proper.
Chair, SAPS is a national department. It has a policy, and that policy provides for necessary safeguards.
Yeah, but
And we have the necessary
wait,
safeguard
CFO,
in
let me end by saying to you.
All of you is now me speaking now. You stop speaking. Next, Honorable Sangon.
The benevolent is gone. The benevolent is gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. CFO, you know, you've really spent a lot of time explaining to us the reporting lines, explaining to us the policies. We get it. We honestly get it. And I want to repeat what I said to you, that we're not trying to get you. Ne? But why is it that when it comes to areas that you should be accountable for, and I was looking at your statement where you list your responsibilities, and this is what I'm following up on the national shutdown, you don't know, it's operational decisions. What role do you play except for just signing off the money? On the issue of procurement, you don't know, it's somebody else. So what you do is sign off the money. Is the money safe then, CFO, if you don't apply?
It is very safe,
Can I finish,
Chair.
CFO, if you don't mind? Sorry. So that's the question, and I don't want to come back again. I want for you to just clarify on the issue that Honorable Shongwe was raising on overtime. You approved 1st of April to July 2025, 13.2 million rand for overtime for a period of 3 months, right?
For this year.
For the PKTT for 3 months. Where is through the thinking on that? Those are my only 2 questions. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I do not approve. I am requested to
Sorry,
confirm.
you recommended. Can you tell us why you recommended? I don't want us to quibble on words. Please, CFO, thanks.
I am requested to confirm if funds are available when those funding requests come to my table. The final approval is done by the accounting officer. Having taken into account the decisions in terms of operations and the plans and the threats, as well as those operational discussions that would have taken place. The submission comes to me to confirm if funds are available. And Chair, and the committee, I can give you comfort that the SAPS funding is safe. To this end, we have not incurred any unauthorized expenditure. There are necessary safeguards. The problem comes in when individual officials go out of their way to then override controls and engage themselves in a wrong behavior. When we pick up that there is deliberate override of controls, of course, we do take the necessary steps in this regard.
Sorry, DDG. So are you saying to us, your only responsibility is to say, yes, there's money, no, there's no money. As a DDG, sorry, Lieutenant General, you don't apply yourself beyond the fact that there's money, there's no money?
I do, Chair. That is why I would raise those concerns with the line managers. That is why I will have conversations with the National Commissioner. That is why during executive meetings of BOC, I would raise this and point out the cost pressures so that management can take note. That is why we would have a containment policy. That is why we would have internal controls that we put in place. I do not just rubber stamp in this particular regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In future, please, man, make sure that you fund MK disturbance as much as you fund EFF disturbance. Now they're fighting here, wanting to know why you funded these ones small when you funded those ones big. Thank you.
I still stand by that commitment that the meeting must happen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, honorable members, we have the last 4 speakers. Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine actually has to do with the 360 million rand tender. The first question is that when the general actually, in fact, in her testimony, she said that as CFO, she only comes into the picture at the last leg of the process of the tender to do payment. But now the people who actually initiate this tender process, do they actually consult you whether there is still money in the kitty for them to do what they want to do? Number two, I am actually not very happy with the standard procedure with which you actually do business with people out there. I don't think that you actually do due diligence in terms of actually knowing and investigating the background check. You do a background check of the people or potential people you want to do business with. Because otherwise, Mr. Matala would not have actually won this tender if the police were actually doing due diligence in terms of background check. You know, right now you ended up with egg on your face because Mr. Matala is here. He's a resident of this institution because he's a criminal. But the police went all the way out to actually grant him a tender for 360 million rand. How are you going to defend yourself when people start saying the police actually is captured by criminals because they are benefiting tenders from you?
Okay. Chair, if I may start with the first question. Annually, after we receive our annual allocation from National Treasury, we then embark on a process where we will then do what we call an internal apportioning, where we'll distribute through an approved methodology allocation of budgets to processes, to divisions in this particular regard. And the health risk manager is a service that is there in subsidies budgeted for. I think annually the budget is around 120 million in this particular regard. When it comes to the issues of checking background, I heard from the evidence that was led by General Fani to say the process needs improvement. In terms of this particular contract, the background check was not done, and it's something that should be a lesson that should be incorporated and improved in our processes to say this must be a must, it must not be optional. Thanks, Chair.
I still have time. Because if I still had time...
That is the last question you are asking.
Well, my last question would actually be to actually understand what actually prompted the National Commissioner to investigate this particular tender to a point where he deployed your internal audit, a structure within your department to investigate this. What prompted him to actually do so?
Other evidence that have been led is that sometime during December, the executive authority called the National Commissioner together with supply chain management and others, I believe legal services was there, due to the negative media coverage that the department was receiving in terms of this tender, and instructed that this must be investigated. The National Commissioner subsequently appointed a team of internal auditors together with the risk management to then conduct that investigation. The report came out, the preliminary report that indicated possible irregularities, and a final report was issued with recommendations that the accounting officer must consider cancelling this court. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Solis.
General, the fact that this contract was awarded to Mr. Matla, is this proof that SEPS has been infiltrated by criminals?
Chair, I can't comment on that. General Fund led evidence to indicate that at the time when they conducted the award, background was not done and there was nothing in front of the BAC to determine that indeed the owner of the contract was a criminal. So, Chair, I can't vouch to say SAPS is captured. I'm saying those that are responsible for wrongdoing in SAPS must be held to account at any level, without any fear or favor. If anyone engages themselves with criminals and capture SAPS and corruption, the law must take its course without any fear or favor. Thanks, Chair.
I agree. You testified earlier that the minister had to speak to you directly and he didn't speak to you. You were not called by the minister. That's the words that you used. In terms of protocol and the chain of command, must the minister call you or your accounting officer, which is the national commissioner?
Chair, I report directly to the accounting officer. There is nothing that prevents the minister can speak to all of us as executives, as long as the decisions and instructions would be known and such meetings would have been authorized by the accounting officer. But in terms of protocol, most of us report to the accounting officer. Sometimes if we are then called, we will alert the accounting officer to say, there is this briefing, am I allowed to then attend this briefing, and it will be given, but there's nothing stopping the minister from engaging with officials in the department.
Sorry, General. So your answer is he's not required to call you, he must call the national commissioner.
There is nothing stopping the minister from engaging with officers in the department.
But he wasn't wrong in not calling you.
Sorry?
He was not wrong in not calling you, but he called the national commissioner.
When, Chair?
All the meetings before us was with the national commissioner. And
It will depend on what is being discussed in that particular meeting. I am saying in the meetings that dealt with the issues of the disbandment and so on and so on, I was not part of that because I was not invited. Obviously, the National Commissioner would have identified the relevant role players.
But it is the national commissioner in protocol that the minister should be calling for a report.
There is nothing that prevents the
Okay,
minister.
just on that, before we go to there's nothing that prevents him, but what's the answer in what protocol? Must he call you or must he call the national commissioner?
The minister can call any official.
But who, in terms of protocol, who must he call?
The minister normally engages at the level of the accounting officer.
Which is?
The National Commission.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? General, 368 million spent on a one-day shutdown. Do you realize how many vehicles and printers and cell phones that money could have bought for police stations in vulnerable communities? How do you justify 368 million? What was the risk grading of the shutdown? And how long did it take you to approve this? That's my one question. My second question, you also have the January 8th state that was held earlier this year in Western Cape. General Sibia came here and he told us that the entire SAPS top brass descended on the Western Cape. And he told this committee is normal practice. It happens every year. Now I want to ask you, how much did it cost SAPS to have the entire top brass here for the ANC January 8th statement? Because that involves accommodation, that involves flights, and how do you justify? Please don't tell me you don't have an amount for January 8th, because that was yesterday. Thank you.
Chair, in terms of the evidence from General Sibia, Chair, I cannot vouch for that because I did not go to January 8th. So it might be incorrect that the entire executive management or management of SAPS went to the January 8th. I did not attend the January 8th in this particular regard. In terms of the risks, as I indicated, Chair, one of our responsibilities is to ensure that there is public order. We protect the safety of the inhabitants of this country as well as their properties. There would have been a proper security plan that would have informed the level of resources to police such down, and a request for us to support the work that would have been done by the operational environment would have been submitted in this particular regard. I do not believe that SAP's leadership would wake up and decide to then deal with things that they would
Jill, you're
have.
not answering my question. What was the risk rating?
I cannot recall, Chair, in terms of the security plan that was there, that in terms of the risk grading, I cannot
What
recall
risk
such.
grading will justify 368 million?
I believe a high risk,
Excuse me?
high risk.
High risk,
Yes.
which is what?
Sorry, Chair.
High risk in terms of what? Because you said you allocated this budget to support the one-day shutdown.
risk in
So if
terms
it's a
of-
high-risk event, what do you mean it's a high risk?
In terms of ensuring that there is public order and the properties as well as the safety as well as order where these
So you were
unrest will
protecting
take
properties.
place. Chair, there is a security plan led by the operatives. I normally do not have sight to that particular security plan, and we trust that plans as well as discussions as well as
My time is
threat
almost up. How much did you
assessments-
spend on the
It is
January
not
8th
almost,
statement?
it is up.
How much did you spend on the January
Honourable
8th
Ngola.
statement?
Okay, thank you.
No, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. It is not me here. I must tell the people who were not part of our meeting during the break. I was instructed by these committee members to come and enforce 15 minutes on each one of them. So I was showing them the effect of their decision. And if there is anyone who has a problem, it was their decisions. You know, by my own standards, I'm a very benevolent chairperson. But when members say strictly 15 minutes, I enforce it, and I did that. And thank you very much, honorable members. SC, we want to thank you so much. What are your comments?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Thank you, especially to my colleague, Sikalala. I think she did a great job today. Thank you. Okay, you don't want to hear me. Is that mic not working? Can you hear me, Chair? Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Thank you, General Tempani.
Thank you.
And I want to thank especially my colleague, Ms. Sikalala. I think she did an excellent job today in terms of leading witness and making it possible for the committee to explore some further important aspects of the supply chain management procurement procedures. Very problematic. One weak link in the chain, and that's it. Whether it's 350 million or 35 million or 3.5 million, we really need to check up our processes. But thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Zikalala, do you have anything you want to say?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Let me thank you so much. When we gave you an opportunity last week to lead evidence, you did not disappoint us. You brought back to the game. And today you continued with same form, more than that, showing prowess and exuberance. So we want to thank you so much, so much for that. That is how people make use of the opportunities when they are given to them, and you have demonstrated that women can do it. Lieutenant General Dimpane, kwa Limpopo ba re ngwana o rata thipa ka bogaleng. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, you must put the palm of your hand on the edge, the sharp edge of the knife. I don't have any question that I must ask you. I think the questions that the honorable members have asked you are adequate. You have been the CFO of this department. You know the period that you have been appointed up to now. I can only advise you to go back and look at the things that could have been done differently during your tenure as the CFO, so that when you move forward or in your upward mobility, they must not disable your movement. That is the only advice I can give. The rest is for you to decide what you do. When you are appointed to a position of leadership, there is only one choice that you must make. The choice to lead, because appointment itself is not sufficient. You must make the choice to lead. The women of this country and other women who may be occupying similar positions at senior management of the SAPS, you must be exemplary to many other women of this country that you are not appointed to this position simply because you are women. You have been appointed to these positions because you qualify those appointments. And if you can't perform in an appointment that has
to clean after themselves. That's a big problem. Environmental cleanness is next to godliness.
Yeah, no.
Cleanness is next to godliness.
They will be here tomorrow. The first thing we do when we start the meeting,
Yeah, they made the prison dirty.
Yeah. Honorable Honorable
Chair,
Mkhwanazi,
you have
may you
not
please,
attend-
I know you don't have eyes at the back.
Attend the complaint we have on DA sleeping at work last night, Chair. We finished the meeting at 11, they were sleeping. Please attend to it, Chair.
Yeah, no, I agree that the meeting finished at ungodly hours. Honorable members, the staff of Parliament, General Dimpani, members of the media and the South African public, we have unfortunately come to the end of today's proceedings. Let's meet here, Tshwane, tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
two vehicles, a Golf and a BMW, white in color.
And when you then arrived at the address, what transpired?
Upon
Captain, your mic, if you can just keep them on, yes. Thank you.
we immediately noticed that it was a police operation in progress.
You first mentioned the time of your arrival. Please repeat that.
Yes, Commissioners. We arrived there around about 5:15. And upon disembarking from the cars, we could notice that there was a police operation in progress. Pardon? In progress, could notice that a whole lot of members around the vicinity of the crime scene. Police members clad in balaclavas and with rifles and sidearms.
And what else did you observe in paragraph 6.1? You talk about the members of law enforcement that you saw. At paragraph 6.2, you note some of the vehicles.
Yeah,
What were your observations?
some of the vehicles they didn't have registration. Some were unmarked as well.
And you say that this suggested that there was an operation underway.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners.
And then you also note that they were communicating, the officers, with radios.
Yes, yeah, some were communicating with the radios.
My apologies.
Captain, you also mentioned that they were somewhere in bulletproof vests, and you also saw uniformed officers.
That's correct, Commissioners.
So at that point, from your observation, you saw that it was a SAPS operation.
Yes, on what I observed, like also approaching the whole setup where the operation was. I mean, like with the way they conducted themselves, and through my experience witnessing police operations, I could notice that it was a police operation in progress, and there wasn't, like, if it wasn't a police operation, there was going to be like a confrontation.
Okay.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Balo. You say that it was then immediately apparent that it was a police operation.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Captain, at this point, with your experience in seeing that it was a legit operation, why did you feel it was still necessary to continue with the verification exercise?
Why I felt that it was necessary to verify whether it was a police operation, just to get a reference, reporting back to my superiors.
Captain, you then say you proceeded and the first person you interacted with was a Captain Kruger. Can you tell the commissioners about that interaction?
Yes, my first interaction at the address close to the crime scene, I interacted with Captain Kruger. I introduced myself as Captain Norkia from Joburg office, and whereby he introduced himself as Captain Kruger from the DPSI Tom's office. And he informed me that, he also confirmed that it was a police operation from a national task team in progress.
Captain, at this point you are now interacting with your counterpart from the Tom's division. Why was it not enough You've seen that it was a police operation. Now you've talked to Captain Kruger, who confirms it's a police operation. Was that not enough for your purposes?
The reason why I had to interact with someone else that's involved with the scene is to get the reference to report back to my superiors.
So once you talk to Captain Kruger, you then say the next person you met was Captain Wanda.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain what happens then with the interaction with Captain Wanda?
Yeah, upon meeting with Captain Wanda, he came there whereby I was standing with Captain Kruger, and he informed me that they were engaged with an operation whereby they executed a J50 warrant, an arrest warrant, as well as a J51 search and seizure warrant, whereby I asked him for a case number and or an inquiry number, and he didn't divulge that to us.
And you then say that when you asked him for these reference number, alternatively a case number, he responded by saying, tell your general to speak to General Khumalo.
That's correct, Commissioners.
You then say after this interaction with Captain Wanda, where you now don't get the reference or case number, you then establish contact with Colonel Matlole.
That's correct, Commissioners. I established contact with Colonel Matlole, whereby I informed her about what transpired, and whereby she also informed us that we should withdraw, and I informed the members that we should withdraw, and that it was a legit police operation in progress.
And Captain, how much time did you spend at the scene?
At the scene, we didn't spend more than 15 minutes upon leaving the scene.
And then once Lieutenant Colonel Matlole said you can withdraw, what did you advise your team members?
I advised the members that we should withdraw, and we immediately left the premises, and whereby I reported back to her via like an SMS as to a short description or as to what happened.
And Captain, in your interaction with other members, did they note anything that they would have seen when they were attending the scene?
Yeah, the other members were a bit far from the crime scene. They were basically towards the end, and when I walked closer to the crime scene, I walked in with Warrant Officer Khadebe, where you were also engaged with some members of the task team.
Thank you, Captain. And is there anything else you want to tell the Commission about your involvement or presence at the scene?
Nothing. That's all that I can say.
Thank you, Captain.
Captain, was this the first time, or do you have other experience where you've been instructed by your superiors to go and attend to a scene because of supposed information that someone is pretending to be a police officer? Is this something common and that you have experienced?
No, this was basically the first time, Commissioners.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Commissioners.
How are you?
Well, and self?
I'm good. I have 3 points, and the first 2, I think you're just going to confirm what should be general knowledge. The address where you are based in Diagonal Street, from there to this address at Sandhurst, it's about 11, 12 kilometers, right?
I think it could be more than that, Commissioners.
Yeah. I've checked, I think it's 12 kilometers. And the point I want to make is really that if the team from the Diagonal Street office could go to Sandhurst to verify that this is a legitimate police operation, there was no need to bring people from Pretoria North and people from Mkhwanazi City to come and verify the same thing, because the team from Diagonal Street could clearly do that. And based on what you are telling us, you did in fact go there and verify that this is a police operation.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yeah. So I'm worried about what the Pretoria people and the Mkhwanazi City people were doing at this address in Sandhurst. The other thing is, in your statement, you say immediately when you got there, it's paragraph 7, you could see that this is an official SAPS operation. So you saw that immediately when you got there. Now, what entitled you to a reference number and a case number in relation to the J51? Once you know that these are the police and you can see that your Tom's colleagues are there, you fulfilled your mission, because your mission was to go there and check if there are people impersonating the Hawks. Once you got there and you see that they are legitimate Tom's people, they are legitimate SAPS people, that's what you were sent there to do. And that's all you needed to report back on. I don't understand why you needed the J51 reference number or the case number for the operation, because that borders on interference.
Yes, Commissioners. Can I just explain why I needed the reference number? The reason why I needed the reference number is to report back to my superiors as to, like, normally what happens, I have to report back using a reference as to, we engaged with the investigators there, and they were engaged with this operation using this case number or this inquiry number. It was for our own reference as well.
But you are interrupting what they are doing, because if you are saying they must now stop and attend to you and give you details of the operation, you are interrupting what they are doing. That's my problem.
Commissioners, we were not interrupting with them because they came to us. We didn't ask for them. They came right there to us and informed to say that they are engaged with executing a J50 and a J51, and whereby I asked just for a reference, whereby I can report back to my superiors as to say we went there to verify this, and members were, and whereby I just report back to say members were busy with this regarding to this case.
I don't think you needed a reference number for that, and you could still report despite the fact that you were not given a reference number.
But it's a reference that would be needed from our office.
Did you get it eventually, the reference?
I didn't get the reference number because Captain Wanda informed us to say that he wouldn't divulge any much more in regard to the case. It's just what they were busy with, executing the J50 and J51 warrants.
So my point is you could still report to your superiors without the reference number, because that was not necessary.
I could, that's why I reported it without the reference number with the commissioners.
Thank you.
Captain, what did Colonel Matolo say to you when he gave you the instruction?
That we should proceed to the address and to go and verify whether, because there's information that there's members, to verify whether it's that there are members impersonating themselves as Hawks members.
And you say upon receiving that instruction, you immediately said to your team that you were with, let's proceed to that address.
Yeah, I spoke to the team and then we proceeded to
And
to
when
the
you,
address.
and when you got there, you parked your vehicles and you proceeded, you in particular, with warrant of Sakadebe, you proceeded to the gate.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Was there any discussion amongst your team, you and your team, what you are going to do when you get there?
Yeah, upon receiving the information, I informed them the discussion was about to go and verify whether there were genuine Hawks people there.
Yes. You didn't know what you were going to find there. You were just told there are people that are impersonating
That's correct, Commissioners.
the Hawks, and
That's
you
correct,
just
Commissioner.
proceeded, parked your vehicles and proceeded to the gate
That's correct, Commissioner.
without any plan of what we do if we find indeed these are impersonators.
No, the plan was there. We were going to act if we saw that it was an illegitimate operation.
What was the plan? And at which point did you discuss the plan? I'm putting this to you, I'm asking you this because you are going into a scene that you're telling us you knew nothing about, except that there are people who are impersonating the Hawks. So this is a scene you know nothing about.
That's correct,
At
Commissioner.
which point do you discuss a plan about how you're going to approach this, which you don't know anything about?
Hence that we were not going to rush into the scene as to just blindfoldly. We were going to approach the scene systematically if it was not a genuine scene, and from there we were going to call for more backup.
At which point did you or would you discuss a systematic approach? I ask as a layperson. I imagine you walking into a scene that potentially has got criminals who are armed.
That's correct,
potentially, and I'm assuming you know nothing about that scene, unless you know what's going on there from your discussion with Captain Matlole, with Colonel Matlole. Unless you know what's going on, I'm assuming you go there knowing nothing about that scene and you potentially expect there are criminals. At which point do you discuss your approach to that scene?
Hence, as it is approaching scenes like this, whereby there could be a potential confrontation and such, we always have members that are on standby to come immediately, more force towards the scene.
And you would have, summoned them once you meet resistance?
That's correct.
So
Commissioner.
effectively, what you're saying to us is you walked into an unknown scene without a plan at that point and walked straight up to the gate.
No, it's not that we walk straight up to the gate.
Yes.
What we observed from a distance, we could see that it was a police operation in progress, Commissioners.
Okay, so even before you got to the gate, you were satisfied this looks like a legitimate police operation?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, one more question. Captain, if I can refer you to tab 9 of the file in front of you, you'll see there's a sticker, of course, marked EAK1. It's the last document in the file. Can you see that?
Just repeat that again.
In tab 9 of the file, the yellow tab, you'll see there's a yellow sticker that's marked EAK1.
Yes.
And it looks like a screenshot or picture of a conversation. At the top, it says EAK1, Colonel Sarfontaine.
Yes, I see it.
And that is a incident report
That's
that
correct.
was sent to Colonel Sarfontaine. Have you seen that incident report before?
Yes, I've seen it before.
And Is this an account of what happened?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, if you go to number 2 of that incident report, it says they informed us that they executed a J50 and J51 warrants, and they didn't want to show us J50 and J51.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Following on Commissioner Kumalo's question, did you ask to see those J50 and J51 warrants?
No, I did not want to see them or ask for them, Commissioners.
So is that not an accurate reflection then of the incident report?
Just a rephrase?
Is point 2 accurate, an accurate description of what transpired?
That's correct, Commissioners.
But you note...
before you say it's incorrect, were you at the same place all the time whilst you were at the premises? Weren't some of you here, others there, and so on?
Yeah, I was in a radius of 10 meters whilst I was there, Commissioners.
And were you the only one that spoke to the police that you found there?
It was myself and Warrant Officer Khadebe. Like, as we were, I was...
Of your group?
That's correct,
Of your group, were you the only one that spoke to the police that you found at the
It was me and Warrant Officer Khadebe.
All right, thank
And
you.
Captain, do you know if Warrant Officer Khadebe requested to see the J50 and 51 warrants?
No, because I was the only one talking to one of the investigators.
Oh, so you were the only one
Yeah,
talking.
That's correct, Commissioners.
I suppose the only issue is that from point 2, it looks or suggests that a request was made to see the J50 and 51, and that request was then denied.
No, we did not want to see any of the warrants.
Thank you, Captain.
Can I just check? Captain, this document, you were asked if you've seen it before, this very one that you're looking at. What does it mean? What does that answer mean? Did you prepare this, or was it forwarded to you?
This document, as I mentioned early on, I gave a short report to Colonel Matlole, whereby she sent in a full report.
Okay.
Upon being in contact with me, she verified whatever is in this document in front of me, whether that what transpired there, then which I said yes.
Okay, so you didn't prepare this?
No,
this
I didn't
WhatsApp
prepare.
message?
She wrote it and confirmed to me that it was is that the document.
Okay, can I just confirm this with you? In that item 5, it says their vehicle were not having registration plates on. That from your statement, doesn't seem to be an accurate reflection of the vehicles that were there. I think in your statement you say some vehicles.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so to the extent that this number 5, may represent that all the vehicles of the people that were running the operation.
No, it's not all the vehicles,
That's not correct. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Captain. Commissioners, we don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Powe.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Captain Norke.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we request a 10-minute adjournment to get the next witness set up. But there is a request from the witness for his face not to be shown because he is a field officer who undertakes and participates in undercover operations. And his concern is that by disclosing his face, he will be compromising some of those ongoing investigations and may also compromise his further participation in undercover operations. He is He's only made us aware of that request now. He says he had made it previously to the investigating team, but the evidence leading team only became aware of it shortly before we started this morning. We don't think that it's an inappropriate request given the nature of his work, but of course we're in the chair's hands as to whether he will allow it. It's not necessarily a safety issue, but it is an operations issue given the nature of his work, that showing his face will expose him insofar as he's participating in those kind of operations.
So in practical terms, then, will he be in the witness stand? And if so, how do we not see his face?
Chair, the proposal is that he gives his evidence from somewhere else within the building via virtual platform, which has already been arranged in anticipation that Chair may approve the request for his face not to be shown.
That's in order.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you. We'll adjourn. We'll hear from you.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, look, I'm looking in the wrong direction.
Thank you,
Very
Chair.
sorry.
Thank
Miss,
you, Chair.
Mbe. And what happens, I don't know which way to look, what happens with regard to the third witness?
Chair, the third witness is Major General Kadwa. He is available today, but only at 2 o'clock. And so we would ask when we're done with this witness for an adjournment. Alternatively,
Where is the general? Where is the general?
he indicated to us that he's tied up in meetings all day today and would only be available from 2 o'clock. If it is not convenient for us to hear him today, we can try and arrange for him to come.
We would prefer to sit
immediately.
And yes, and hear all three witnesses and adjourn, rather than that break and us just hanging around. That's our preference. So please let us know as soon
We
as
will engage with him, Chair.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. We'll resume when we are told to. Thank you.
J50 is a warrant of arrest. And that was his words, that you can't be chasing J50s against each other. This one's arresting this one and that one. I must indicate, Commissioner, that after the arrest, I had communicated with someone, a police officer that is in contact with some of the senior people that are implicated in this drug cartel. This police officer, I had communicated with the police officer, and I had sent some messages and we communicate back and forth. I suppose maybe that message landed with Mkhwanazi. That's why he felt it's important for him to come to me and say I must intervene. And he says, basically there must not be any fight back against each other, that we are now arresting each other and we're going to end up in court. And the last missed call that he made was on the 3rd of July. It was a Thursday. So he tried to call me in the afternoon at 14:34.
Apologies, General. The year, please. Please indicate the year for the record.
I'm talking about July this year. Everything is 2025.
Thank you.
So the last call that he tried to reach out to me was on the 3rd of July. I did not answer his call. So that's where the conversation between me ended, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. If you cast your eye to your statement, that would have taken us up to paragraph 196. And based on the question posed to you by Commissioner Khumalo, we have technically dealt with 197 and 198. We then pick up the issue of your appearance at the Portfolio Committee overleaf at paragraph 199. So if you can pick up your narrative from there.
Yeah, I did indicate before, though I'll repeat, that Commissioners, in the appearance of the Portfolio Committee, it was a visual meeting where I made a presentation. It was towards the end of the presentation, and I must invite the Commissioners to get hold of the transcript of that meeting. You will be able to listen to the presentation that was even made by General Khumalo in that meeting as the head of crime intelligence. But here I only reflected to what I presented. Perhaps when General Khumalo comes here, he might want to explain his part on what he presented. So my presentation was towards the end of the sitting of the committee. And when, as I said, indicated there at 4 hours, 26 minutes, that's where I start speaking. And the minister, when I finished speaking, and then the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee afforded the minister a chance to respond to almost everything that was presented, including National Commissioner. So the minister then, as he's closing his response, he then said he does not know the gentleman that I'm talking about, Mkhwanazi. And the meeting just ended there. That was towards the end. I think it's 4:52 on the video. That's where the minister is speaking. So, as I said, this is available on YouTube, on the parliamentary website. You should be able to find that meeting. And I must thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Cameron, for affording me the opportunity, because it was not his decision to decide the way forward. I believe it would have been the collective in that committee that must decide what must happen next. But he afforded me the opportunity to present this to the executive. So what followed thereafter, I'm not going to talk much about it. Commissioners, as I said before, that the minister will then appear through a X platform at Londcare, Londcare, and this was on the 30th of March 2025, where the minister seems to be having a telephone conversation, but it's in Zulu. So if you understand this Zulu, then we'll be able to tell, otherwise someone will have to translate. Where he's saying here that, no, that Brand Mkhwanazi is my comrade, he's just a comrade from Northwest, and not an associate. So, as I said, we might want to go to the UK to establish what it means, each one of those words, associate and comrade. So, Commissioners, in my view, when I see the...
Before you proceed, has it been verified that the person on that telephone call is the minister?
Well, the voice is the minister. Well, I guess we have not got deeper into investigation, but it's a minister talking. Everyone can hear, and she posted it.
Yes.
Because she's speaking back. They're having a conversation
Yes.
over the phone.
Okay.
So it's something that through investigation on the record, you can be able to obtain that with ease.
Okay.
But it's there for everyone to listen to it.
All right.
Commissioner,
Sorry, before that, Ms. Silo, can we assume that we will, for purposes of the record of the commission,
Yes.
Get the parliamentary clip that
That he references
the
at
witness
paragraph
is referring
199.
to, and then also this conversation that is referred to in 201,
We shall,
for purpose of the record.
Commissioner, you mean we download
Yes.
and make, okay, we can attend to that. Thank you.
so Commissioners, my conclusion on this matter, how Bran Mkhwanazi is engaging on police matters, and yet is not a police officer, it made me conclude that this person, without being a police officer, has an access not just to police officers, but to the classified information of the police. Then he is in position of a crime intelligence presentation. Someone that was in that room will have to explain how does Bran Mkhwanazi get hold of such. And the Bran Mkhwanazi, knowing even the diary of the minister, for him to say the minister is Lesigisigi, when I asked the chief of staff, he confirms that the minister is Lesigisigi. It's a public knowledge that the minister is Lesigisigi. So this is a man that knows every move of the minister. But despite all this public knowledge, the minister still denied knowing this person in Parliament. I find it strange, but it is not my place to decide what must happen thereafter. Commissioners, I want to move to the next one, perhaps.
Yes, please do.
With regard to what the team is busy with. The GCI Ops, I said earlier, is operating in Gauteng, dealing with this drug squad. As they are investigating, and part of their cases that land on their desk involve Vusmu's Kat Matlala. And so they will arrest, they will retrieve phones, and they will download phones, and they will analyze phones. So through that communication, which the team will elaborate further, but I can indicate that the conversations that are picked out from that phone, it's a communication between Bran Mkhwanazi and Kat Matlala. The two of them, they are communicating. As I said, the team is going to come before this commission where they're going to come and confirm the authenticity of the communication that is there as they were doing the investigation, and they've downloaded this conversation. But what was of a concern with the communication that is happening, commissioners, between Bran Mkhwanazi and Kat Matlala, one conversation that is there, it's about the disbandment of the political killings task team. And this communication happened on the 31st of December 2024. And his message, one of the messages that he sends, Bran Mkhwanazi sends to Kat Matlala, I'm going to quote as extracted from the WhatsApp, that today is the day and Matlala should just stand back. So this is what Mkhwanazi is telling Matlala, that today is the day, just stand back. And we know that the minister's letter was signed on the 31st of December. And Bran Mkhwanazi is talking about the disbandment of the team on the same day to Matlala. So which means he knows that it's going to happen on the very same day.
Sorry, General. You've only read that today is the day you should stand back. Where do you read that they are talking about the disbandment of the task team?
It's extracted from other communications that are happening in the phone. That's why I'm saying, commissioners, I don't want to go deeper into other extracts. The team is going to come and explain. I'm just highlighting the issues that concern me. That while I'm fighting the disbandment of the team and I'm trying to ask myself a question, who's behind this? And then I pick up this, that this man says today is the day. It simply means he knew, because there's other conversation that the team is going to come and show before this commission on what other conversation they were having even prior to that message. But that what caught me, because what is not indicated here was a concern that Matlala had about the search that happened in his house. And this then influenced the response from Mkhwanazi, saying that stand back and relax, today is the day, about the disbandment of the team. That's why I'm saying that on the day that Mkhwanazi knows about the disbandment of the team, I had said earlier on record, dear commissioners, that Chief of Staff said to me, the letter was drafted somewhere and it was sent to the minister and back and forth until it was signed. So whoever that drafted the letter, I hope Bran Mkhwanazi will have a knowledge as to who the person is. If it is not him, who then the person is that was drafting this letter that was going to the Chief of Staff and eventually been signed by the minister. And on the 1st of January, while all of you, January 2025, while South Africans are celebrating the New Year, Bran Mkhwanazi informed Mr. Matlala that he will be meeting with Minister Mkhunu and DNC Lieutenant General Sibiya. The text reads as follows. Good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. Must have a solution. So this is the 1st of January 2025. The context of these meetings that must be arranged, I do not know. But you can begin to see that there is a link between the minister and General Sibiya and perhaps Ket Matlala, because he is talking about that is going to be arranging these meetings. So later that evening, this was around about 22 minutes to 11 in the evening, Mkhwanazi sent another message to Brown indicating that this is the 1st of January, commissioners, in the evening.
General, apologies. Yes, I was correcting that.
To Ket, not to Brown.
I beg your pardon?
You said he sent it to Brown. I'm saying
Mkhwanazi sent it to Matlala.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. They sometimes confusing me. Forgive me, commissioners. Yes, Bran Mkhwanazi sent a message at 22:38 in the evening. He sends it a WhatsApp to Matlala indicating that the task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved or disbanded. That's a message that is written by Mr. Mkhwanazi to Mr. Matlala.
In general, by this point, you still don't know.
We don't know anything.
You only came to know about it on the 2nd of January.
Exactly.
The disbandment decision, that is.
Exactly. And from the record, as we investigate, commissioners, I can confirm most likely, I'm not saying that is the truth, that even the National Commissioner's Office that were recipient of the letter that was dispatched on the 31st, they received it late in the afternoon, I think after 4. So they're not really people working in the office by that time. It's a New Year's Eve. They're most likely not in the office, but that's when it was dispatched from the Chief of Staff to the office of the National Commission. But Bran Mkhwanazi knows about it on a public holiday. And there's no one in the office. Then in the evening, he then sends this message to Ket Matlala. So if I move forward, commissioners,
You should now be at your paragraph 209.
Oh, yeah, yes, Matlala then gave a response. But his response was not on the 1st, it was the following day, the 2nd of January. And he wrote on his message response, oh, really? I see you tried calling me last night. When is this happening? This is Matlala asking Mkhwanazi. And Mkhwanazi responded on his WhatsApp. He says, they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So I'm bringing this to the commissioners. This is a person who's not in the police. He already demonstrated, he sent me the copy of the OPs and the likes a year before. And now he's talking about the dismantlement of the units and the dockets that are moving to Spear. Although a couple of months later, General Spear write letters demanding these dockets must come from KZN and come up. So Mkhwanazi already knew that it's going to happen. It's here and it's written.
Can I just confirm? So on the 2nd of January, if you would just remind us, on the 2nd of January, General Sibia hadn't yet demanded the dockets.
No.
He said the 2nd of January.
Yeah. No, nobody. This letter went out to the public first on the 2nd of January. That's when he became aware of it.
Yes.
And remember, I said the National Committee was not around. The letters came, I think, a month or so later.
Okay.
The first communication from General Spear, and the other communication that followed thereafter.
Thank you.
But the letter of the minister, which I want to draw the attention to of the commissioners, that the letter of the minister to disband the political killings task team addressed only 3 things, which when we are investigating, we are dealing with drug operation in Gauteng. And we know these drugs are coming from outside the country, coming in here, they get processed and get distributed. Western Cape become one of the affected provinces because of these drug wars. But the letter of the minister addresses these 3 things. One of them, it's about the discussions that they must have on borders, border policing. There must be engagement with regard to border policing. We know that there is an agency that was established by government, and there is this discussion about moving some responsibility from the South African Police Service to Home Affairs in terms of border security. So, but this is what the minister is talking about. They need to address the border things. And the second item the minister is addressing on the letter is a suspension of the filling of position at crime intelligence. I don't know what of an interest is that, but he put a stop to the filling of vacancies at crime intelligence. That's why to date there are a lot of vacancies that we have. The head of crime intelligence KZN has still not been appointed from that time when that one retired until now. The minister put a stop on the filling of vacancies. The third thing that is addressed on the letter is the closure of the political task team. He just talks about the close of the team, that it doesn't add any value in policing in our country. And it ends there. It doesn't say anything about the case dockets. It does not mention that these dockets must move from point A to point B. It doesn't say, it doesn't touch the dockets. He only speaks about the closure of the team. So that's what the letter is. That's why the surprise when Mkhwanazi's message seems to suggest that Spear, the dockets have been brought to Spear. And to confirm that this Mkhwanazi, I think he wanted to give assurance of his knowledge of this correspondence, that Mkhwanazi forwarded that letter of the disbandment of the team, which is signed by the Minister of Police. He forwarded that letter to Matlala. So he sent him the letter that's supposed to be internal letter from the Minister of Police to the National Commissioner, signed on the 31st, and the first is a holiday. The second, Brian Mkhwanazi has the letter, and he sends this letter to Ket Matlala.
How did he do that? Did he attach it to the WhatsApp?
He attached it to the WhatsApp. So I must indicate, as I conclude on this one, that at the time, neither myself, the National Commissioner, or the project manager, Jaro Kumalu, knew about this decision to close. So it is something that the team picked it up when they are continuing the investigation. Had we not arrested this Ket Matlala and have access to that phone, we probably might not have known about this. So this is just to display the level of connectivity that Brian Mkhwanazi has in the police. Well, he said it in public that, which is on the record on TV, that he was with a part of the operation to bring Thabo Bester into the country. He said that. And I know that Jarkhan was in that operation too. So it's something on the side that will need to be checked that I don't want to delve into. the special task force were in that operation too, that flew over to that country, although they didn't get off the plane. They picked up these people and they came back. So how that operation was done, how was it coordinated, but it was not authorized by General Kumar as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, for sure. So I'm not going to delve into that, but Bran Mkhwanazi maybe is invited here. He will have to explain this involvement that he has, because he's not registered as a source in the police, but he has access to everything in the police. So I'm at 213, so I'm not sure should I move on.
And that's the conclusion of your testimony as regards the executive. However, when we're dealing with, I think, business people yesterday, we stood down some paragraphs because they involved Mr. Mkhwanazi as well, and we said we'll deal with them today. And you should pick it up from paragraph 240 at page 74 of your statement. So it will be 240 to 242.
Okay. Again, commissioners here, as a team, because they've extracted a lot of information, and one of the conversation that is there between Bran Mkhwanazi and Ket Matlala on the 26th of January, Bran Mkhwanazi sends a message to Matlala reminding him to submit his invoice. So from the intelligence gathering, commissioners, I'm informed that Matlala did provide a proof of his invoice that was submitted, and the payment that was supposed to be made to him from the SCPS contract that he had with the South African Police Service to be expedited. And after that, Mkhwanazi sends a screenshot of his conversation with the Minister Mkhunu, including that he plans to have a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, to discuss the finalization of Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi matters. This is a conversation they are having, the two of them. That, yes, there are two General Mkhwanazis in the police. It's myself and the one who's acting in Mpumalanga. One might conclude that maybe they are talking about the one in Mpumalanga, but it is a team of KZN that is involved with investigation in Gauteng. That's why I concluded that it's me that has been discussed here. I do not know what discussions they are having, but there is a communication that is attached, commissioners, there and annexed to our document.
Let me assist you there, General. At page 75, it's a blue screenshot. However, we've updated your file's overleaf. Is the enlarged version of it. That would be page 75.1 for easier reading. Thank you.
Commissioners, this is available. I don't have to read everything that is there, but this is just an indication of the communication about the meetings that are in Durban. What is of an interest on these commissioners, as I read it, is that in the message that he sends is that he is in Durban and is talking about a Phoenix saga, which relates to a lady. And that was just a question mark as to what Phoenix saga is there. Which is part of what the team is investigating. There's something that was happening in Durban that he was communicating with the minister about. But in the end of that conversation, that's where he brings me, if you go towards the bottom, that's where he's talking about the employment of cybersecurity people that are supposed to assist. I do not know what his involvement with the cybersecurity, but it is there. And that's where, in the same conversation, he makes a reference to the funding. And as Gerald Kumar and team are going to come here, they're going to show you that he had facilitated the funding of the guest of the Minister of Police when they attended the ANC rally in Cape Town. There's receipts, there's proof, there's hotel accommodation, and there are many things that the team has collected that they're going to come here and display. But I was just extracting this and I wanted to focus on the last paragraph when he says also meeting with the DNC and the Chief of Staff today in Durban for finalization of Khumalo and Jerome Mkhwanazi's matter. That drew my attention as to what is it that they are planning, what is it that they are discussing, which a conversation happened in January, as I said, of 2025. As an extract from the WhatsApp.
General, you say this is a screenshot found in Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
And sent to him by Brown Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
So it's not found in Brown Mkhwanazi's phone.
No. We have not gone to Brown Mkhwanazi because the investigation, the team is dealing with the cases that are before them. And the cases that are before them involve Ket Matlala. We have not registered any case against Brown Mkhwanazi. So he's not a suspect of anything. That's why you couldn't just go to him at the time and conduct a search and pick up things, because we'll be victimizing people. Why would you do that? If there's no case, we have no reason to go after him. So, but as we are picking up these things, we then see this communication. And I must indicate, Commissioners, here, if you look at the top of that screenshot, Brown Mkhwanazi have served the person that he was communicating to when he made a screenshot as Senzo Mchunu. It is Brown Mkhwanazi that I guess is going to be invited to indicate who did he save with the name Senzo Mchunu. It could be someone else. I'm not saying that it's a minister. He might have used the minister's name, but he served someone else. But I guess the evidence is going to be produced on this. We'll be able to investigate and determine who will he save as a Senzo Mchunu.
So the greeting, though, does say morning minister, but
Exactly.
That does not necessarily detract from what you have just said.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that if he comes and denies that that is not Senzo Mchunu, someone else, but then if he addressed morning minister, it could be another minister that is saved as Senzo Mchunu. So as we connect the dots, this is a picture that is appearing that, okay, there's this relationship. And again, we haven't gone to Brown Mkhwanazi's phone, we have not gone to Minister Senzo Mchunu's phone, equally so, to check these conversations. So I think that's just about everything. Essie?
You had touched, General, on a question of funding. I just want to check, is it what's reflected at item 2 of that message? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something else?
That is correct. So the conversation here that talks about the funding of 20, we really didn't know what is funding of 20, because we know the people that were funded earlier in January, they were less than 20 that went to Cape Town. The flights were booked and everything, paid off by Ket Matlala.
Yes.
And so this discussion about the funding of 20, and to make a reference that this person is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. We know, I don't know whether there's a 3 billion contract somewhere. I know that Ket Matlala had a contract with SAPS of 360 million rand. So I do not know what is a 3 billion contract is. But these are conversation screenshots that he sends to Ket Matlala.
We will pick it up with another witness. Perhaps better clarity will be provided then. Is there anything else you would like to draw the Commissioner's attention to insofar as the screenshot is concerned?
Of Brown Mkhwanazi?
Yeah, insofar as Brown Mkhwanazi is...
No, Commissioners, for me, I conclude that the Minister invited this Brown Mkhwanazi, or he shared too much of the police things with a person who's not supposed to be part of the police. And this Brown Mkhwanazi seems to suggest that, from reading of everything, that he has a real influence to the Minister, or the Minister has an ear to this Brown Mkhwanazi, so he's able to speak things and to the Minister, for Minister to believe, and he knows what's happening in the police, but not only at the Minister's office, He also knows what's happening with the investigations, indication that him and General Sibia have contacts, and he seems to have access to crime intelligence. That's why he will bring General Khan to the picture. So this is a person that we know that if he claims he went to Tanzania, he will have perhaps been a companion of General Khan. So it's a person that has wide range of access into the police, classified information, everything. So he's allowed to dictate terms in how the policing must operate. So if this team did not investigate this Gauteng drug cartel, will not have picked up these things. So the picture then becomes clear that, the lack of disbanding the team, perhaps it had to do with this. But I'm not a minister. The minister will come and conclude and explain himself. Why will he last meet with the National Commissioner on Saturday, and 3 days later he signed such a letter? That is very critical in the operations of the police, without talking to the National Commissioner directly.
Please make me understand this. If the issue was about Gauteng, so I assume it's the GCI ops.
That's correct.
What's being disbanded is the PKTT, which, even though it operates in other areas like the Eastern Cape, for example, its focus is KwaZulu-Natal. Now, I hear nothing about, for example, the 10 members, was it 10, I think, that were sent up to assist the GCI ops. I hear nothing that says, and they must be removed from Gauteng and back to the disbanded PKTT. Now, if my thinking along those lines is correct, the question would be, if the issue is about Gauteng and the GCI ops, how does that get disrupted if what is now being disbanded is the PKTT in KwaZulu-Natal?
Commissioner, it is exactly that which triggered my involvement in this. I was minding my business in KZN as a province. I had sent members to go and assist the GCI ops. I started getting report of what's happening in the GCI ops. And I started getting myself being attacked by some journalists in the media, putting my stories out there. And I started asking questions, why are these things happening? So as I tracked back, and I'm getting these reports from what this team is doing in Gauteng, and I started connecting the dots, and the picture started emerging. They invited me into this thing, commissioners. Had they left KZN with a team like that and dealt with the GCI ops, perhaps I wouldn't be sitting here today. But they invited me into the picture because you are disbanding something that's operating in KZN. That is where I'm responsible for. And you're not giving me the reasons. And I'm trying to reach out to find out what is the reason, and I'm not getting answers. So I keep having that question mark as to why, what made you sign this letter? Why are you disbanding this team? Why is it bothering you? And then when I hear what they are doing, those ones in Gauteng, then the confirmation is that it's a missed target. They were worried about the people carrying the dockets in Gauteng. And this country owes the two sergeants, very junior members, who started this fire in Gauteng. They don't sleep at home too late. Their families are disrupted. They started this fire in Gauteng. And Kumalo took a responsibility of protecting them with a team from KZN. I suspect that the people that wanted to deal with this too, they could not access them because there was this KZN squad around them. So in thinking that they're seeing the KZN squad, they assume that it is the political killings task team that is running this operation. So to disband the team, you'll see the messages, the instructions of General Sibia's letter says, shut down members must go back to their units and get every file, every evidence that is in that file. Bring it here. So the interest was on stopping the investigation, and the people that they see in their face is the political killings task team, the 10. They are not aware of a GCI ops. The people that bring the GCI ops into the surface are people within crime intelligence, because the GCI ops operates at crime intelligence. It's a counterintelligence operation. I said earlier, General Khan was acting there and was moved. So this operation is running without him part of it. So it is people from crime intelligence that knows about the operation, that only brings it to the fore. But before the letter, those that maybe influence the minister, they thought it is a political king's trust him. That's why with us having displayed the performance of the team, the merit has experts of this world, academias, who took an opportunity to talk bad about the team, being influenced by people, will come to this forum and explain where did they get this information from. If the performance is like this, and you are writing this correspondence of saying this team is still a squad, fighting squad, and so forth.
So do I understand you to be saying this, General? There were no instructions at the time of disbandment and even at the time of General Sibia's letter that related to the GCI ops and the 10 officers from KZN who had gone up to Gauteng to assist. No instructions at all related specifically to the GCI ops and to the 10 who had gone up to assist.
Chair, if I may, before the witness responds, General Mkhwanazi referenced letters where he spoke of the instruction to bring all investigations and what happens to all members of the task team. May I be permitted to direct him to the documents?
May I get that more directly, please?
Okay.
Because the broad statement that all members must go, it could only have been to those who are on the ground servicing the PKTT as such, and not those that may have left KZN and were in a sense not really servicing the PKTT. So,
Chair, I think what we should do.
I'm not countering what you are saying. I just
because it all depends on the wording. It could very well be those who are members of PKTT go back to their respective stations wherever they are located at the time.
Let's get clarity from the
Now, General, if you please go to Annexure MK10. That would start at your page 187. And at the same time, if you could have regard to the second part of MK10, starting at page 190. Those are the two letters you have included, signed by General Sibia. If you have located them, please start at page 188. I think what you reference in terms of investigations and records is at paragraph 5 and its sub-paragraphs. Then the second letter is the one at 190 is the one that speaks to what must happen to PKTT members.
Okay, Commissioners, this letter is annexed. It's dated the 4th of February 2025. It is authored by Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibia. He addressed this thing to the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Service. Paragraph 5 reads as follows, I quote, "In compliance with the aforementioned directive of the Minister of Police, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence with a view to do a proper handing over and to follow all processes necessary to conduct a handing over process. This includes, but not limited to, 5.1, a status report of all cases. 5.2, a case register wherein all the cases were recorded and current status of court-going cases and cases under investigation. 5.3, all cases or projects, documentation relevant to the political killings task team. This should include all evidential material, documents, electronic recordings, etc. It must be booked into the SCP-13 or in possession of the team or stored in any storage facility. 5.4, all human and physical resources allocated, listed, as well as report on all financial expenditure for the duration of the operation of the task team.
Then we go to the second letter that was started, page 190. And in particular, you might want to like paragraph 3 thereof. I apologize.
Please repeat what
It's because I knock it and then it distorts the sound. I was referring you, General, to the letter starting at page 190, still
Yes.
part of MK10, and I was saying to the point, perhaps you might want to have regard to paragraph 3 thereof.
This is a letter that was written by Jarosbia on the 22nd of April 2025. It is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence as well as Divisional Commissioner Detectives and Forensic. The headings, the deactivation and disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. Paragraph 3 says, reads as follows: a final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their stations of origin, is awaited on or before the 25th of April 2025. End quote.
I don't know if that answers your questions, Chair, or whether you'd want General Mkhwanazi to comment further. Thank you.
Maybe it does, but I would imagine it has to be read in the context of the letter of the 4th of February.
Indeed.
From which I understand everything relates to what the PKTT as such
Yes.
was involved in. So in that context, that would not necessarily mean that everything is being killed, as it were. But if you read the paragraph that the Lieutenant General just read, then it may indeed be read.
But may I also...
It may be read to refer to everybody, because if it says all members must go back to wherever they came from,
and I think
then I would imagine maybe it means that even those that were assisting the GCI ops must...
Perhaps it might
be
assist if I remind the commissioners of...
just for the transcription, let's avoid it.
Apologies, Chair.
So must be uprooted and go back from wherever they came. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My apologies. And I was going to say that the points that the Chair makes are very correct. But I wanted to remind us of the testimony of General Mkhwanazi yesterday regarding the secondment of the members of the task team and his ongoing engagements with General Khumalo to determine when it is they could get back to the task team. So in the context of them being expected, the secondment to end and to revert to KZN, at least I read the instruction at page 190 that all members of the task team go back to their respective stations. General Mkhwanazi had indicated that the members of the task team come from various stations and are registered with various stations in KZN. So an instruction that each one of them report back to their stations, I would think by definition extends to those deployed to the GCI ops. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Silla, I was